Apoplectic, apoplectic. A-P-O-P-L-E-C-T-I-C. Adjective, overcome with anger, furious. He became apoplectic after discovering his work had been deleted. The principal was absolutely apoplectic when he saw the vandalism. Bilk, bilk. B-I-L-K. Verb, to obtain or withhold money from a person by deceit, to defraud. The con artist tried to bilk the elderly woman out of her life savings. He was arrested for attempting to bilk investors in a fraudulent scheme. Callow, callow. C-A-L-L-O-W. Adjective, inexperienced and immature. The callow young intern made several mistakes during his first week. She was tired of listening to the callow opinions of her younger brother. Demagogue, demagogue. D-E-M-A-G-O-G-U-E. Noun, a political leader who seeks support by appealing to popular desires and prejudices rather than by using rational argument. The politician was labeled a demagogue for his fiery speeches. He was a dangerous demagogue who exploited public fears for his own power. Ersatz, ersatz. E-R-S-A-T-Z. Adjective, of a product, made or used as a substitute, typically an inferior one. They had to drink ersatz coffee during the rationing of the war. The ersatz leather on the couch started peeling after just a few months. Inured, inured. I-N-U-R-E-D. Adjective, accustomed to something, especially something unpleasant. The soldiers had become inured to the constant sound of gunfire. He was inured to the hardships of farm life from a young age. Ken, ken. K-E-N. Noun, one's range of knowledge or understanding. Quantum physics is beyond my ken. I could never grasp the concepts. The intricate workings of the stock market are outside the average person's ken. Lacuna, lacuna. L-A-C-U-N-A. Noun, an unfilled space or gap, a missing part. There was a significant lacuna in the historical record of the ancient civilization. He found a large lacuna in his memory of the accident. Maudlin, maudlin. M-A-U-D-L-I-N. Adjective, self-pityingly or tearfully sentimental, often through drunkenness. After a few drinks, he became maudlin, crying about his past mistakes. The romantic comedy had a maudlin ending that felt unearned. Palimpsest, palimpsest. P-A-L-I-M-P-S-E-S-T. Noun, a manuscript or piece of writing material on which the original writing has been effaced to make room for later writing, but traces of the original remain. The ancient scroll was a palimpsest, with faint letters of an earlier text visible beneath the surface. The city's history was a palimpsest of different cultures built on top of one another. Propitiate, propitiate. Propitiate. Verb, to win or regain the favor of a god, spirit, or person by doing something that pleases them. He made a sacrifice to propitiate the angry deity. He tried to propitiate his parents by offering to do extra chores. Quisling, quisling. Quisling. Noun, a traitor who collaborates with an enemy force occupying their country. The general was condemned as a quisling for his cooperation with the invaders. He was ostracized by his community after being exposed as a quisling. Requisite, requisite. Requisite. Adjective, made necessary by particular circumstances, required. A clean driving record is a requisite for this job. He possessed all the requisite skills to lead the team to victory. Risible, risible. Risible. Adjective, such as to provoke laughter, ridiculous. The politician's proposal was so absurd as to be truly risible. The villain's evil plan was utterly risible. Surreptitious, surreptitious. Surreptitious. Adjective, kept secret, especially because it would not be approved of, stealthy. He took a surreptitious glance at the answers on the students' paper. They held a surreptitious meeting to plan their protest in secret. Acrimonious, acrimonious. Acrimonious. Adjective, of a speech or debate, angry and bitter. The divorce proceedings were filled with acrimonious exchanges between the two lawyers. Their acrimonious breakup was a source of great stress for their friends. Bombastic, bombastic. Bombastic. Adjective, high-sounding but with little meaning, inflated. The politician's bombastic rhetoric failed to impress anyone with substance. He gave a bombastic speech, full of hollow promises and empty phrases. Brook, brook. Brook. Verb, to tolerate or allow. The king would not brook any dissent from his advisers. She was unwilling to brook any delay in completing her project. Collusion, collusion. Collusion. Noun, secret or illegal cooperation or conspiracy. COMMENSURATE. Adjective, corresponding in size, degree, or proportion, in equal measure. His salary was commensurate with his experience and responsibilities. The reward offered was not commensurate with the risks involved. Convivial, convivial. CONVIVIAL. Adjective, of a person, friendly, lively, and enjoyable, sociable. The club was known for its convivial atmosphere, where everyone felt welcome. He had a convivial nature and was always the life of the party. Elegy, elegy. ELEGY. Noun, a poem of serious reflection, typically a lament for the dead. The poet wrote an elegy to commemorate his lost love. The solemn memorial concluded with a reading of a moving elegy. Evince, evince. EVINCE. Verb, to reveal the presence of a quality or feeling, to show. He tried to evince an air of confidence, despite his nervousness. Her tears were the only thing to evince her sadness. Exigency, exigency. EXIGENCY. Noun, an urgent need or demand, a pressing situation. The company responded to the economic exigency by cutting costs. The fire department responded to the exigency with remarkable speed. Fulsome, fulsome. FULSOME. Adjective, complimentary or flattering to an excessive degree, unctuous. He was embarrassed by the fulsome praise he received from his admirers. The fulsome review of the mediocre play made people skeptical. Garner, garner. GARNER. Verb, to gather or collect something, especially information or approval. The new policy was able to garner wide public support. She worked hard to garner all the information she needed for her research. Gullible, gullible. GULLIBLE. Adjective, easily persuaded to believe something, credulous. He was so gullible he fell for every prank his friends played on him. Don't be so gullible, that website is full of fake news. Iconoclast, iconoclast. ICONOCLAST. Noun, a person who attacks cherished beliefs or institutions. The writer was an iconoclast, constantly questioning traditional norms. The artist was an iconoclast who broke all the rules of painting. Inertia, inertia. INERTIA. Noun, a tendency to do nothing or to remain unchanged. The government's inertia prevented any action on the pressing issue. He couldn't overcome the inertia that kept him from exercising. Limpid, limpid. Limpid. Adjective, of a liquid, completely clear and unclouded, transparent. The limpid waters of the Caribbean Sea were a sight to behold. Her writing style was limpid, making even complex subjects easy to grasp. Lissom, lissom. Lissome. Adjective, thin, supple, and graceful. The dancer was renowned for her lissom figure and elegant movements. He had a lissom stride, moving with an effortless grace. Mendacious, mendacious. Mendacious. Adjective, not telling the truth, lying. The witness provided a mendacious account of the accident. He was a mendacious person, known for his fabrications and dishonesty. Mundane, mundane. Mundane. Adjective, lacking interest or excitement, dull. He found his daily routine to be utterly mundane and repetitive. She was tired of listening to the mundane details of her coworker's life. Nugatory, nugatory. Nugatory. Adjective, of no value or importance, useless. The new regulations were considered nugatory as they had no real effect. His efforts to solve the problem were nugatory without the proper resources. Pallid, pallid. Pallid. Adjective, of a person's face, pale, typically because of poor health, lacking in vigor or intensity. After her illness, she had a pallid complexion and looked exhausted. The movie's pallid plot failed to hold the audience's attention. Panegyric, panegyric. Panegyric. Noun, a public speech or text in praise of someone or something. The biographer wrote a lengthy panegyric about the former president. His retirement dinner featured a heartfelt panegyric from his best friend. Pithy, pithy. Pithy. Adjective, of a statement or writing, concise and full of meaning. The keynote speaker delivered a pithy address that resonated with the audience. His advice was always pithy and easy to remember. Plaintive, plaintive. Plaintive. Adjective, sounding sad and mournful. The lonely dog let out a plaintive howl that echoed through the night. She sang a plaintive ballad about lost love. Polemic, polemic. P-O-P-O-R-T-E-N-T. Noun, a sign or warning that a momentous or calamitous event is likely to happen. The dark clouds on the horizon were a portent of the coming storm. The sudden drop in stock prices was a portent of the financial crisis. Ramification, ramification. R-A-M-I-F-I-C-A-T-I-O-N. Noun, a complex or unwelcome consequence of an action or event. The new law had many unforeseen ramifications for the entire industry. He didn't consider the long-term ramifications of his impulsive decision. Seditious, seditious. S-E-D-I-T-I-O-U-S. Adjective, inciting or causing people to rebel against the authority of a state or monarch. The government accused the journalist of writing seditious articles. He was arrested for spreading seditious propaganda. Seminal, seminal. S-E-M-I-N-A-L. Adjective, of a work, event, or idea, strongly influencing later developments, foundational. Her research was a seminal work that changed the entire field. The invention of the printing press was a seminal event in human history. Soporific, soporific. S-O-P-O-R-I-F-I-C. Adjective, tending to induce drowsiness or sleep. The long, dry lecture had a soporific effect on the students. He found the sound of the rain to be a soporific lullaby. Torpor, torpor. T-O-R-P-O-R. Noun, a state of physical or mental inactivity, lethargy. The hot weather put everyone in a state of torpor. He awoke from his winter torpor feeling refreshed and energetic. Tutelage, tutelage. T-U-T-E-L-A-G-E. Noun, protection of or authority over someone or something, guardianship. Under the tutelage of a master chef, she quickly learned to cook. He was able to thrive under his mentor's careful tutelage. Unflappable, unflappable. U-N-F-L-A-P-P-A-B-L-E. Adjective, having or showing calmness in a crisis. The pilot remained unflappable during the emergency landing. He was known for his unflappable composure in stressful situations. Waggish, waggish. W-A-G-G-I-S-H. Adjective, humorous in a playful, mischievous, or jocular manner. His waggish remarks often brought smiles to people's faces. He had a waggish sense of humor and loved to play pranks. Welkin, welkin. W-E-L-K-I-N. Noun, the sky or heaven. The brave knight rode across the land under the vast, blue welkin. He looked up at the stars twinkling in the cold night welkin. Writhe, writhe. W-R-I-T-H-E. Verb, to make twisting, squirming movements or contortions of the body. He began to writhe in pain after he was struck by the arrow. The snake started to writhe as it tried to escape the trap. Yare, yare. Y-A-R-E. Adjective, of a ship, quick and responsive to control, easily handled. The captain ordered his crew to keep the ship yare in the choppy seas. A yare boat is essential for navigating narrow channels. Zaftig, zaftig. Z-A-F-T-I-G. Adjective, having a full, rounded figure, plump. The artist specialized in painting zaftig nudes, celebrating natural body shapes. She had a wonderfully zaftig build and a cheerful disposition. Ziggurat, ziggurat. Z-I-G-G-U-R-A-T. Noun, in ancient Mesopotamia, a rectangular stepped tower, sometimes surmounted by a temple. The archaeologists discovered the remains of a great ziggurat in the desert. The ancient city was dominated by the imposing silhouette of its central ziggurat. Zoolatry, zoolatry. Z-O-O-L-A-T-R-Y. Noun, the worship of animals. The ancient civilization's religion centered on zoolatry, with each god representing an animal. Some cults practice a form of zoolatry, believing animals have sacred qualities. Pieta, pieta. P-I-E-T-A. Noun, a picture or sculpture of the Virgin Mary holding the dead body of Jesus Christ on her lap or in her arms. Michelangelo's Pieta is one of the most famous works of art in the world. The church altar was adorned with a beautiful wooden Pieta. Infringe, infringe, infringe. I-N-F-R-I-N-G-E. Verb, to actively break the terms of a law, agreement, etc. He was accused of infringing on his neighbor's property rights. The company was sued for infringing on a patent. Ingratiate, ingratiate, ingratiate. I-N-G-R-A-T-I-A-T-E. Verb, to bring oneself into favor with someone by flattering or pleasing them. He tried to ingratiate himself with his boss by bringing him coffee. The sycophant tried to ingratiate himself with the powerful man. Inherent, inherent, inherent. I-N Adjective, existing in something as a permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. The inherent risks of the job were high. He had an inherent talent for music. Inimical. 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 Adjective, tending to obstruct or harm, hostile. The inimical environment of the desert was difficult to survive. The two countries had an inimical relationship. Iniquity. 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 Noun, immoral or grossly unfair behavior. The iniquity of the slave trade was a terrible stain on history. The judge was known for his opposition to iniquity. Innocuous. 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 Adjective, not harmful or offensive. The innocuous comment was not meant to be hurtful. The innocuous virus was not a cause for concern. Inscrutable. 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 Adjective, impossible to understand or interpret. His inscrutable expression revealed nothing about his feelings. The inscrutable motives of the villain were a mystery. Insidious. 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 Adjective, proceeding in a gradual, subtle way, but with harmful effects. The insidious disease spread without any noticeable symptoms. The insidious rumors slowly ruined his reputation. Insipid. 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 Adjective, lacking flavor, lacking interest or originality. The insipid soup was bland and tasteless. The insipid conversation was boring. Insolent. 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 Adjective, showing a rude and arrogant lack of respect. The insolent child talked back to his mother. The insolent student was disrespectful to the teacher. Insouciant. 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 Adjective, showing a casual lack of concern, indifferent. He had an insouciant attitude about his grades. The insouciant traveler didn't worry about anything. Instigate. 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 Verb, to bring about or initiate an action or event. The politician tried to instigate a riot. The company's new policy instigated a lot of complaints. Insular, insular, insular. INSULAR. Adjective, ignorant of or uninterested in cultures, ideas, or peoples outside one's own experience. The insular community was wary of outsiders. His insular worldview was a result of his limited travels. Insurgent, insurgent, insurgent. INSURGENT. Noun, a rebel or revolutionary. The insurgents fought against the government. The insurgent group was trying to overthrow the regime. Intangible, intangible, intangible. INTANGIBLE. Adjective, unable to be touched or grasped, not having a physical presence. The company's most valuable asset was its intangible brand reputation. He had a sense of intangible dread. Intemperate, intemperate, intemperate. INTEMPERATE. Adjective, having or showing a lack of self-control, excessive. His intemperate drinking habits led to his downfall. The intemperate climate was a mix of extreme heat and cold. Interdict, interdict, interdict. INTERDICT. Verb, to prohibit or forbid something. The government interdicted the sale of certain goods. The priest interdicted the sinful behavior. Interloper, interloper, interloper. INTERLOPER. Noun, a person who becomes involved. Intransigent, intransigent, intransigent. INTRANSIGENT. Adjective, unwilling or refusing to change one's views or to agree about something. The intransigent leader refused to compromise. The intransigent position of the union led to a strike. Intrepid, intrepid, intrepid. INTREPID. Adjective, fearless, adventurous. The intrepid explorer ventured into the unknown. The intrepid journalist reported from the war zone. Intrinsic, intrinsic, intrinsic. INTRINSIC. Adjective, belonging naturally, essential. He had an intrinsic sense of right and wrong. The intrinsic value of the artwork was in its beauty. Introspection. 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 Noun, the examination or observation of one's own mental and emotional processes. The quiet retreat provided an opportunity for introspection. He engaged in a lot of introspection after his life-changing experience. Inundate. 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 Verb, to overwhelm someone with things or people to be dealt with, to flood. He was inundated with emails after his promotion. The river inundated the town after the heavy rain. Inure. 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 Verb, to accustom someone to something, especially something unpleasant. He was inured to the cold weather after living in the Arctic for years. The soldiers were inured to the violence of war. Invective. 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 Noun, insulting, abusive, or highly critical language. The politician's invective against his opponent was vicious. He unleashed a torrent of invective at the unruly crowd. Inveigh. 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 Verb, to speak or write about something with great hostility. He inveighed against the government's new policy. The protesters inveighed against the injustice of the system. Inveigle. 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 Inveigile. Verb, to persuade someone to do something by means of deception or flattery. He inveigled her into helping him with his project. The con artist inveigled the old woman into giving him all her money. Inveterate. 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 Adjective, having a particular habit, activity, or interest that is long established and unlikely to change. He was an inveterate gambler who couldn't stop. Her inveterate love of reading began in childhood. Invidious. 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 Adjective, likely to arouse or incur resentment or anger in others. The politician's invidious remarks caused a stir. The invidious comparison between the two sisters was hurtful. Iota, 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 I-O-T-A. Noun, an extremely small amount. There was not an iota of doubt in his mind. He didn't have an iota of sympathy for her. Irascible, 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 I-R-A-S-C-I-B-L-E. Adjective, having or showing a tendency to be easily angered. The irascible old man was always yelling at the neighborhood kids. His irascible temper made him difficult to work with. Irenic, 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 I-R-E-N-I-C. Adjective, aiming at peace, peaceful or conciliatory. The diplomat's irenical approach to the conflict was successful. The two sides were able to reach an irenical agreement. Iridescent, 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 I-R-I-D-E-S-C-E-N-T. Adjective, showing luminous colors that seem to change when seen from different angles. The hummingbird's iridescent feathers shimmered in the sun. The oil slick on the water had an iridescent sheen. Irksome, 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 I-R-K-S-O-M-E. Adjective, annoying or tedious. The irksome sound of the dripping faucet kept her awake. The irksome task of cleaning the garage took all day. Irony, 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 I-R-O-N-Y. Noun, the expression of one's meaning by using language that normally signifies the opposite, typically for humorous or emphatic effect. It was an irony that the fire station burned down. The irony of the situation was that the man who hated doctors ended up marrying one. Irreconcilable, 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 I-R-R-E-C-O-N. Jaded, 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 J-A-D-E-D. Adjective, tired, bored, or lacking enthusiasm, typically after having had too much of something. The jaded traveler had seen so many beautiful places that nothing impressed him anymore. He was jaded by the constant drama in his life. Jargon, 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 J-A-R-G-O-N. Noun, special words or expressions that are used by a particular profession or group and are difficult for others to understand. The technical jargon of the scientists was incomprehensible to the general public. He had to translate the legal jargon for his client. Jaundiced, 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 Jaundiced. Adjective, having a yellowish discoloration of the skin and whites of the eyes, affected by resentment, envy, or prejudice. He had a jaundiced view of the world after his bad experience. The jaundiced politician was always cynical. Jaunt, jaunt, jaunt. Jaunt. Noun, a short excursion or journey for pleasure. They took a jaunt to the beach for the day. The jaunt to the countryside was a welcome break from the city. Jejune, jejune, jejune. Jejune. Adjective, naive, simplistic, and superficial. The jejune plot of the movie was uninspired. His jejune comments on the serious topic were a bit childish. Jeopardy, jeopardy, jeopardy. Jeopardy. Noun, danger of loss, harm, or failure. The company's future was in jeopardy after the scandal. The soldier's life was in jeopardy during the battle. Jettison, jettison, jettison. Jettison. Verb, to throw or drop something from an aircraft or ship, to abandon or discard someone or something that is no longer wanted. The crew had to jettison the cargo to save the ship. The company had to jettison the failed project. Jocund, jocund, jocund. Jocund. Adjective, cheerful and light-hearted. The jocund atmosphere of the party was contagious. The children's jocund laughter filled the room. Joie de vivre, joie de vivre, joie de vivre. Joiedevivre. Noun, exuberant enjoyment of life. Her joie de vivre was an inspiration to everyone she met. The party was full of a joyful joie de vivre. Judicious, judicious, judicious. Judicious. Adjective, having, showing, or done with good judgment or sense. He made a judicious decision to invest his money wisely. The judicious use of the company's resources led to its success. Juggernaut, juggernaut, juggernaut. Juggernaut. Noun, a huge, powerful, and overwhelming force or institution. The company was a juggernaut in the industry, crushing all its competitors. The juggernaut of the army was unstoppable. Juncture, Juncture. 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 Noun, a particular point in time, a joint or connection. At this juncture, we need to decide what to do next. The two rivers met at a significant juncture. Junta. 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 Noun, a military or political group that rules a country after taking power by force. The military junta seized control of the government. The junta's rule was brutal and oppressive. Juxtapose. 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 Verb, to place or deal with close together for contrasting effect. The artist juxtaposed bright colors with dark ones. The book juxtaposed the lives of the rich and the poor. Juxtaposition. 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 Noun, the fact of two things being seen or placed close together with contrasting effect. The juxtaposition of the old and new buildings was a striking sight. The juxtaposition of the two opposing ideas was thought-provoking. Kaleidoscope. 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 Noun, a constantly changing pattern or sequence of elements. The city at night was a kaleidoscope of colors. The book was a kaleidoscope of different stories and characters. Keen. 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 Adjective, having or showing a great eagerness or enthusiasm. He had a keen interest in history. The keen student was always asking questions. Ken. 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 Noun, one's range of knowledge or sight. The subject was beyond his ken. Kowtow. 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 Verb, to act in an excessively subservient manner. The employee kowtowed to his boss to get a promotion. The sycophant kowtowed to the powerful man. Kudos. 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 Noun, praise and honor received for an achievement. The team received kudos for their outstanding performance. He received kudos for his hard work on the project. Iconoclast. 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 Noun, a person who attacks cherished beliefs or institutions. The artist was an iconoclast, challenging the traditional art world. The iconoclast politician refused to follow the party line. Idiosyncrasy. 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 Noun, a mode of behavior or way of thought peculiar to an individual. His idiosyncrasy of always wearing a hat indoors was well known. Her idiosyncrasy of talking to herself was a little strange. Idyllic. 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 Adjective, extremely happy, peaceful, or picturesque. They spent an idyllic vacation on a remote island. The small town was an idyllic place to raise a family. Ignoble. 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 Adjective, not honorable in character or purpose. His ignoble attempt to steal the credit was thwarted. The ignoble crime was met with disgust by the public. Ignominious. 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 Adjective, deserving or causing public disgrace or shame. The team suffered an ignominious defeat in the final game. The politician's ignominious resignation was a result of the scandal. Illicit. 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 Adjective, forbidden by law, rules, or custom. He was arrested for selling illicit drugs. The illicit affair was a secret from everyone. Imbibe. 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 Verb, to drink alcohol, to absorb or assimilate ideas or knowledge. He imbibed too much wine at the party. The students imbibed the new information from the lecture. Imbroglio. 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 Noun, an extremely confused, complicated, or embarrassing situation. The political imbroglio was difficult to resolve. The character was caught in a romantic imbroglio between two lovers. Imbue. 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 Verb, to inspire or permeate with a feeling or quality. The speech was imbued with a sense of hope and patriotism. The old house was imbued with a sense of history. Immaculate. 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 Adjective, perfectly clean, neat, or tidy. Her house was always immaculate. The car's immaculate condition made it easy to sell. Imminent. 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 Adjective, about to happen. The imminent storm was a cause for concern. The company was facing an imminent financial crisis. Immolate. 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 Verb, to kill or offer as a sacrifice, especially by burning. The priest immolated a goat to appease the gods. The protester threatened to immolate himself. Immutable. 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 Adjective, unchanging over time or unable to be changed. The laws of physics are immutable. His decision was immutable, and no one could change his mind. Impassive. 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 Adjective, not feeling or showing emotion. The impassive guard stood at attention. Her impassive face revealed nothing about her feelings. Impeccable. 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 Adjective, in accordance with the highest standards of propriety, faultless. He had an impeccable record of service. Her impeccable taste in fashion was admired by everyone. Impecunious. 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 Adjective, having little or no money. The impecunious artist lived a bohemian life. He was a poor and impecunious student. Impending. 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 Adjective, about to happen, imminent. The impending disaster was unavoidable. The impending storm was a cause for concern. Imperious. 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 Adjective, assuming power or authority without justification, arrogant and domineering. The imperious king ruled his subjects with an iron fist. Her imperious implacable. 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 Adjective, unable to be appeased or placated. The implacable enemy refused to surrender. Her implacable anger was impossible to soothe. Imply, imply, imply. I-M-P-L-Y. Verb, to strongly suggest the truth or existence of something not expressly stated. Her tone of voice implied that she was annoyed. His silence implied that he agreed with the decision. Implore, implore, implore. I-M-P-L-O-R-E. Verb, to beg someone earnestly or desperately to do something. He implored her to forgive him. The children implored their parents for a new puppy. Impolitic, impolitic, impolitic. I-M-P-O-L-I-T-I-C. Adjective, failing to possess or display prudence, unwise. The diplomat's impolitic remarks caused a stir. It was impolitic to criticize the new boss so early in his tenure. Importune, importune, importune. I-M-P-O-R-T-U-N-E. Verb, to harass someone persistently for or to do something. He importuned his boss for a raise every day. The beggar importuned passers-by for money. Imprecation, imprecation, imprecation. I-M-P-R-E-C-A-T-I-O-N. Noun, a spoken curse. He muttered an imprecation under his breath when he dropped the tray. The old witch's imprecation was terrifying. Impromptu, impromptu, impromptu. I-M-P-R-O-M-P-T-U. Adjective, done without being planned, organized, or rehearsed. He gave an impromptu speech at the party. The impromptu concert was a huge success. Impugn, impugn, impugn. I-M-P-U-G-N. Verb, to call into question the integrity of. He impugned his opponent's motives during the debate. The lawyer tried to impugn the witness's testimony. Inadvertent, inadvertent, inadvertent. I-N-A-D-V-E-R-T-E-N-T. Adjective, not resulting from or achieved through deliberate planning. The inadvertent mistake caused a lot of problems. He made an inadvertent comment that was offensive. Inane, inane, inane. I-N-A-N-E. Adjective, silly, stupid. The inane conversation was a waste of time. His inane jokes were not funny. Inanimate, inanimate, inanimate. I-N-A-N-I-M-A-T-E. Adjective, not alive. The inanimate objects in the museum were fascinating. The character was an inanimate object that came to life. Inauspicious, inauspicious, inauspicious. I-N-A-U-S-P-I-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, not conducive to success, unpromising. The inauspicious start to the project was a bad sign. The inauspicious weather ruined their plans for a picnic. Incandescent, incandescent, incandescent. I-N-C-A-N-D-E-S-C-E-N-T. Adjective, emitting light as a result of being heated, full of strong emotion, passionate. The incandescent light bulb glowed brightly. He was incandescent with rage after he heard the news. Incarnate, incarnate, incarnate. I-N-C-A-R-N-A-T-E. Adjective, embodied in flesh, in human form. The devil was incarnate in the form of a snake. He was the most evil man she had ever met, a monster incarnate. Incendiary, incendiary, incendiary. I-N-C-E-N-D-I-A-R-Y. Adjective, of a device or attack, designed to cause fires, tending to stir up conflict. The incendiary device was found in the bomb plot. The politician's incendiary speech was a call to violence. Incense, incense, incense. I-N-C-E-N-S-E. Verb, to make very angry. His rude comments incensed her. The injustice of the situation incensed the public. Incipient, incipient, incipient. I-N-C-I-P-I-E-N-T. Adjective, in an initial stage, beginning to happen or develop. The incipient symptoms of the illness were easy to miss. The incipient rebellion was quickly put down. Incisive, incisive, incisive. I-N-C-I-S-I-V-E. Adjective, intelligently analytical and clear thinking. Her incisive analysis of the problem was impressive. The incisive wit of the comedian was a hit with the audience. Incorporate, incorporate, incorporate. I-N-C-O R P O R A T E. Verb, to take in or contain something as part of a whole, to include. The new design incorporates several new features. The company decided to incorporate a new division. Incorrigible. 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 Adjective, not able to be corrected, improved, or reformed. The incorrigible child was always getting into trouble. He was an incorrigible liar who couldn't be trusted. Incredulous. 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 Adjective, unwilling or unable to believe something. He gave her an incredulous look when she told him the story. The incredulous audience couldn't believe what they were seeing. Inculcate. 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 Verb, to instill an attitude, idea, or habit by persistent instruction. The parents tried to inculcate a sense of honesty in their children. The teacher inculcated the importance of hard work in her students. Incumbent. 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 Noun, the holder of an office or post. The incumbent president was running for re-election. The incumbent CEO was replaced by a new leader. Indefatigable. 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 Adjective, of a person or their efforts, persisting tirelessly. The indefatigable runner finished the marathon despite a leg injury. Her indefatigable spirit was an inspiration to everyone. Indelible. 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 Adjective, not able to be forgotten or removed. The indelible memory of the event stayed with him forever. The marker left an indelible stain on the shirt. Indemnify. 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 Verb, to compensate someone for harm or loss. The company agreed to indemnify the customer for the damages. The insurance policy indemnified him against any losses. Indict. 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 Verb, to formally accuse of or charge with a serious crime. He was indicted for murder. The grand jury decided to indict the suspect. Indifferent. 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 Adjective, having no particular interest or sympathy, unconcerned. He was indifferent to the outcome of the game. Her indifferent attitude was hurtful to her friends. Indigenous. 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 Adjective, originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native. The indigenous people of the island had a unique culture. The indigenous plants of the region were well suited to the climate. Indigent. 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 Adjective, poor, needy. The charity provided food and shelter for the indigent. The indigent man was living on the streets. Indignant. 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 Adjective, feeling or showing anger or annoyance at what is perceived as unfair treatment. He was indignant at the accusation of cheating. The indignant crowd protested the unjust law. Indolence. 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 Noun, avoidance of activity or exertion, laziness. His indolence prevented him from achieving his goals. The indolence of the students was a constant source of frustration for the teacher. Indomitable. 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 Adjective, impossible to subdue or defeat. The indomitable spirit of the people was an inspiration. Her indomitable will helped her overcome all obstacles. Indubitable. 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 Adjective, impossible to doubt, unquestionable. It was an indubitable fact that the earth is round. The indubitable evidence proved his guilt. Indulgent. 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 Adjective, having or indicating a readiness to be generous or lenient. The indulgent parents let their children get away with everything. She was indulgent with her students, allowing them to turn in their work late. Infantile. 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 Adjective, of or relating to a baby or very young child, childish. His infantile behavior was a source of embarrassment. The infantile jokes were not funny. Infatuate. 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 I-N-F-A-T-U-A-T-E. Verb, to be inspired with an intense but short-lived passion or admiration for someone. He was infatuated with the beautiful actress. Her infatuation with the new boy was over in a week. Infer. 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 I-N-F-E-R. Verb, to deduce or conclude information from evidence and reasoning rather than from explicit statements. From the look on her face, he inferred that she was angry. The detective inferred the motive from the clues. Infidel. 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 I-N-F-I-D-E-L. Noun, a person who does not believe in religion or who adheres to a religion other than one's own. The Crusaders called the Muslims infidels. He was an infidel who rejected all religious beliefs. Infiltrate. 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 I-N-F-I-L-T-R-A-T-E. Verb, to enter or gain access to an organization or place surreptitiously and gradually, especially in order to acquire secret information. The spy infiltrated the enemy's organization. The water infiltrated the walls of the old building. Infinitesimal. 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 I-N-F-I-N-I-T-E-S-I-M-A-L. Adjective, extremely small. The chances of winning the lottery were infinitesimal. The infinitesimal amount of dust in the air was invisible. Inflammatory. 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 I-N-F-L-A-M-M-A-T-O-R-Y. Adjective, relating to or causing inflammation of a part of the body, arousing or intended to arouse angry or violent feelings. The politician's inflammatory remarks incited a riot. The inflammatory comments in the article were offensive. Labyrinthine. 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 L-A-B-Y-R-I-N-T-H-I-N-E. Adjective, of a network, intricate and confusing. The labyrinthine streets of the old city were easy to get lost in. The labyrinthine plot of the novel was hard to follow. Lachrymose. 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 L-A-C-H-R-Y-M-O-S-E. Adjective, tearful or given to weeping. The Lachrymose movie made everyone in the theater cry. She was in a lachrymose mood after the bad news. Lackadaisical, lackadaisical, lackadaisical. Lackadaisical. Adjective, lacking enthusiasm and determination, carelessly lazy. The lackadaisical student never did his homework. The team's lackadaisical attitude led to their defeat. Laconic, laconic, laconic. Laconic. Adjective, of a person, speech, or style of writing, using very few words. His laconic response to the question was a single word. The laconic hero of the movie was a man of few words. Lampoon, lampoon, lampoon. Lampoon. Verb, to publicly criticize someone or something, by using ridicule, irony, or satire. The comedian lampooned the politicians' foolish policies. The magazine lampooned the absurdities of modern life. Languid, languid, languid. Languid. Adjective, of a person, manner, or gesture, having a disinclination for physical exertion or effort, slow and relaxed. The languid afternoon was spent lounging by the pool. The languid movements of the cat were a sign of its contentment. Languish, languish, languish. Languish. Verb, to lose or lack vitality, to grow weak or feeble. The plants languished in the dry heat. He languished in prison for years. Lassitude, lassitude, lassitude. Lassitude. Noun, a state of physical or mental weariness, lack of energy. A feeling of lassitude came over her after the long day. The lassitude of the team was a result of their long season. Latent, latent, latent. Latent. Adjective, existing but not yet developed or manifest, hidden or concealed. The artist's latent talent was finally discovered. The latent tension between the two countries was a cause for concern. Laudable, laudable, laudable. Laudable. Adjective, of an action, idea, or aim, deserving praise and commendation. The politician's laudable efforts to help the poor were widely praised. His laudable act of heroism saved a life. lavish, lavish, lavish. Lavish. Adjective, sumptuously rich, elaborate, or luxurious. The lavish wedding reception was held in a grand ballroom. He was known for his lavish spending habits. Lax, lax, lax. Lax. Adjective, not sufficiently strict, severe, or careful. The school's lax security was a concern for parents. The lax regulations allowed the company to pollute the environment. Leaven, leaven, leaven. Leaven. Verb, to cause dough or bread to ferment and rise by adding a leaven, to permeate and modify or transform something for the better. The new teacher's enthusiasm leavened the whole department. The yeast leavened the bread dough. Lecherous, lecherous, lecherous. Lecherous. Adjective, having or showing excessive or offensive sexual desire. The lecherous old man was a menace to the young women. His lecherous comments were inappropriate. Legate, legate, legate. Legate. Noun, an envoy or ambassador of the Pope. The papal legate was sent to negotiate with the king. The legate was a representative of the church. Levy, levy, levy. Levee. Noun, an embankment built to prevent the overflow of a river. The levee broke, and the town was flooded. The levee protected the city from the rising water. Levity, levity, levity. Levity. Noun, humor or frivolity, especially the treatment of a serious matter with humor. His attempt at levity during the somber funeral was inappropriate. The light-heartedness of the conversation brought a welcome levity to the mood. Libation, libation, libation. Libation. Noun, a drink poured out as an offering to a deity, a drink, especially. Listless, listless, listless. Listless. Adjective, lacking energy or enthusiasm. He was listless and uninterested in anything. The listless patient had no desire to get out of bed. Litany, litany, litany. Litany. Noun, a series of petitions for use in church services or processions, usually recited by the clergy and responded to in a recurring formula by the people, a tedious recital or repetitive series. The politician gave a litany of his accomplishments. The employee had a litany of complaints about his job. Literati, literati, literati. Literati. Noun, well-educated people who are interested in literature. The literati of the city gathered for a poetry reading. The book was a hit with the literati. Loath, loath, loath. Loath. Adjective, reluctant, unwilling. He was loath to admit that he was wrong. She was loath to leave the comfortable couch. Loathe, loathe, loathe. Loathe. Verb, to feel intense dislike or disgust for. She loathed doing the dishes. He loathed the thought of public speaking. Loquacious, loquacious, loquacious. Loquacious. Adjective, tending to talk a great deal, talkative. The loquacious child never stopped talking. The loquacious host kept the conversation going all night. Lugubrious, lugubrious, lugubrious. Lugubrious. Adjective, looking or sounding sad and dismal. The lugubrious music was a bit depressing. He had a lugubrious expression on his face after he lost the game. Luminous, luminous, luminous. Luminous. Adjective, emitting or reflecting light, shining. The luminous full moon lit up the night sky. The luminous paint glowed in the dark. Lurid, lurid, lurid. Lurid. Adjective, presented in vividly shocking or sensational terms. The newspaper gave all the lurid details of the crime. The lurid colors of the painting were a bit garish. Luscious, luscious, luscious. Luscious. Adjective, having a pleasingly rich, sweet taste or smell, sensually attractive. The luscious strawberries were ripe and juicy. The luscious woman was a sight to behold. Luster, luster, luster. Luster. Noun, a gentle sheen or soft glow, especially that of a partly reflective surface. The luster of the polished wood was beautiful. The luster of the silver necklace was dazzling. Quaff, quaff, quaff. Q-U-A-F-F. Verb, to drink, an alcoholic beverage, heartily. He quaffed a huge mug of beer. They quaffed wine all night to celebrate the victory. Quagmire, quagmire, quagmire. Q-U-A-G-M-I-R-E. Noun, a soft boggy area of land that gives way underfoot. The truck got stuck in the quagmire. The political scandal created a quagmire for the administration. Qualm, qualm, qualm. Q-U-A-L-M. Noun, an uneasy feeling of doubt, worry, or fear, especially about one's own conduct. He had no qualms about cheating on the test. She felt a qualm of guilt after lying to her friend. Quandary, quandary, quandary. Q-U-A-N-D-A-R-Y. Noun, a state of perplexity or uncertainty over what to do in a difficult situation. He was in a quandary about whether to take the job or go to grad school. The ethical quandary of the situation was difficult to resolve. Quarantine, quarantine, quarantine. Q-U-A-R-A-N-T-I-N-E. Noun, a state, period, or place of isolation in which people or animals that have arrived from elsewhere or been exposed to infectious disease are placed. The sick traveler was put in quarantine. The government imposed a quarantine on all incoming flights. Querulous, querulous, querulous. Q-U-E-R-U-L-O-U-S. Adjective, complaining in a petulant or whining manner. The querulous child whined about everything. The old man was always querulous, complaining about his aches and pains. Quiescent, quiescent, quiescent. Q-U-I-E-S-C-E-N-T. Adjective, in a state or period of inactivity or dormancy. The volcano had been quiescent for decades. The disease was in a quiescent phase, but could become active at any time. Quintessence, quintessence, quintessence. Q-U-I-N-T-E-S-S-E-N-C-E. Noun, the most perfect or typical example of a quality or class. The new car was the quintessence of luxury. She was the quintessence of elegance and grace. Quixotic, quixotic, quixotic. Q-U-I-X-O-T-I-C. Adjective, Extremely idealistic, unrealistic, and impractical. His quixotic quest to save the world was admirable, but ultimately futile. She had a quixotic dream of becoming a famous actress. Quotidian, quotidian, quotidian. Quotidian. Adjective, of or occurring every day, daily. The quotidian routine of her life bored her. The film was a fascinating look at the quotidian lives of ordinary people. Rancid, rancid, rancid. R-A-N-C-I-D. Adjective, smelling or tasting unpleasant as a result of being old and stale. The rancid butter had to be thrown away. The rancid smell of stale garbage filled the alley. Rancor, rancor, rancor. R-A-N-C-O-R. Noun, bitterness or resentfulness, especially when long-standing. He spoke about his rival with a deep rancor. The rancor between the two families had lasted for generations. Rancorous, rancorous, rancorous. R-A-N-C-O-R-O-U-S. Adjective, characterized by bitterness or resentment. The rancorous debate was filled with insults and personal attacks. She felt rancorous towards her ex-boyfriend. Rapacious, rapacious, rapacious. R-A-P-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, aggressively greedy or grasping. The rapacious landlord raised the rent every year. The rapacious corporation took over all its competitors. Rapport, rapport, rapport. R-A-P-P-O-R-T. Noun, a close and harmonious relationship in which the people or groups concerned understand each other's feelings or ideas and communicate well. The doctor established a good rapport with his patients. The two colleagues had a strong rapport, making it easy to work together. Ratiocination, ratiocination, ratiocination. R-A-T-I-O-C-I-N-A-T-I-O-N. Noun, the process of logical reasoning. The detective's ratiocination led him to the correct conclusion. The problem required careful ratiocination to solve. Raucous, raucous, raucous. R-A-U-C-O-U-S. Adjective, making or constituting a disturbingly harsh and loud noise. The raucous crowd cheered for their team. The raucous laughter from the next room kept him awake. Recalcitrant, recalcitrant, Recalcitrant. Recrimination. 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 Noun, an accusation in response to one from someone else. The debate devolved into a series of recriminations. The couple's argument was a vicious cycle of recriminations. Rectitude. 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 Noun, morally correct behavior or thinking. He was a man of great rectitude, always acting with honesty and integrity. The judge was known for his rectitude and fairness. Recumbent. 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 Adjective, lying down. The recumbent figure was sleeping peacefully on the couch. The doctor told him to remain in a recumbent position. Redolent. 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 Adjective, strongly reminiscent or suggestive of something. The air was redolent of fresh-cut grass. The old photos were redolent of her childhood memories. Redoubtable. 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 Adjective, formidable, especially as an opponent. The redoubtable warrior was feared by all. The redoubtable chess player was nearly impossible to beat. Redress. 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 Noun, remedy or compensation for a wrong or grievance. The company offered a full refund as a redress for the defective product. He sought legal redress for the injustice he suffered. Refractory. 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 Adjective, stubborn or unmanageable. The refractory child refused to go to bed. The refractory metal was difficult to shape. Refute. 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 Verb, to prove, a statement or theory, to be wrong or false. The new evidence was used to refute the defendant's alibi. The scientist tried to refute the rival theory. Regale. 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 Verb, to entertain or amuse with talk. He regaled his friends with stories of his travels. The king regaled his guests with a lavish feast. Regicide. 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 R-E-G-I-C-I-D-E. Noun, the action of killing a king. The conspirators were executed for regicide. The play was a dramatic retelling of the regicide. Reimburse. 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 R-E-I-M-B-U-R-S-E. Verb, to repay, a person who has spent or lost money. The company agreed to reimburse him for his travel expenses. She was reimbursed for the broken item. Reiterate. 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 R-E-I-T-E-R-A-T-E. Verb, to say something again or a number of times for emphasis or clarity. He had to reiterate the instructions several times. The teacher reiterated the importance of studying for the exam. Rejuvenate. 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 R-E-J-U-V-E-N-A-T-E. Verb, to make someone or something look or feel younger, fresher, or more lively. A vacation would rejuvenate her spirits. The new paint job rejuvenated the old house. Relentless. 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 R-E-L-E-N-T-L-E-S-S. Adjective, oppressively constant, incessant. The relentless heat wave lasted for weeks. He pursued his goal with a relentless determination. Relinquish. 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 R-E-L-I-N-Q-U-I-S-H. Verb, to voluntarily cease to keep or claim, to give up. She had to relinquish control of the company. He was forced to relinquish his title after a scandal. Remonstrate. 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 R-E-M-O-N-S-T-R-A-T-E. Verb, to make a forceful protest. He remonstrated with the manager about the poor service. The students remonstrated against the new tuition fees. Remorse. 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 R-E-M-O-R-S-E. Noun, deep regret or guilt for a wrong committed. He felt a deep sense of remorse for his actions. She showed no remorse for the pain she had caused. Renegade. 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 R-E-N-E-G-A-D-E. Noun, a person who deserts and betrays an organization, country, or set of principles. The renegade soldier joined the enemy's army. He was a renegade who refused to follow the rules. Replete, replete, replete. R-E-P-L-E-T-E. Adjective, filled or well supplied with something. The book was replete with humor and witty observations. The hotel was replete with amenities. Repose, repose, repose. R-E-P-O-S-E. Noun, a state of rest, sleep, or tranquility. He found his repose in the quiet of the countryside. She was in a state of repose after a long day of work. Reprehensible, reprehensible, reprehensible. R-E-P-R-E-H-E-N-S-I-B-L-E. Adjective, deserving censure or condemnation. His reprehensible behavior at the party was unacceptable. The company's actions were reprehensible and caused a lot of damage. Reprimand, reprimand, reprimand. R-E-P-R-I-M-A-N-D. Verb, to rebuke someone, especially officially. The teacher reprimanded the student for cheating. He was reprimanded by his boss for being late. Reprisal, reprisal, reprisal. R-E-P-R-I-S-A-L. Noun, an act of retaliation. The attack was an act of reprisal for a previous incident. The government threatened a reprisal if the other country did not comply. Reprobate, reprobate, reprobate. R-E-P-R-O-B-A-T-E. Noun, an unprincipled person. He was a reprobate who spent all his money on gambling and drinking. The reprobate was finally arrested for his crimes. Repudiate, repudiate, repudiate. R-E-P-U-D-I-A-T-E. Verb, to refuse to accept or be associated with. The politician was quick to repudiate the comments made by his colleague. He repudiated the accusations against him. Rescind, rescind, rescind. R-E-S-C-I-N-D. Verb, to revoke, cancel, or repeal a law, order, or agreement. The government decided to rescind the new tax law. The company rescinded its job offer after discovering a discrepancy in his resume. Resigned, resigned, resigned. R-E-S-I-G-N-E-D. Adjective, having accepted something unpleasant that one cannot do anything about. She was resigned to her fate, knowing there was nothing she could do. He gave a resigned sigh and began the tedious task. Resilience. 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 Noun, the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, toughness. She showed great resilience after losing her job and starting a new career. The resilience of the human spirit is truly remarkable. Resolute. 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 Adjective, admirably purposeful, determined, and unwavering. He was resolute in his decision to leave the company. Her resolute commitment to her goals led to her success. Respite. 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 Noun, a short period of rest or relief from something difficult or unpleasant. The rain provided a welcome respite from the oppressive heat. They worked all night without a moment's respite. Resplendent. 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 Adjective, shining brilliantly, dazzling or gorgeous. The bride looked resplendent in her white gown. The castle was resplendent with gold and jewels. Restive. 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 Adjective, unable to keep still or silent and becoming increasingly difficult to control. The restive crowd began to get impatient waiting for the concert to start. The restive horses had to be calmed down. Reticent. 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 Adjective, not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily. He was reticent about his personal life. The reticent student rarely spoke in class. Retribution. 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 Noun, punishment inflicted on someone as vengeance for a wrong or criminal act. He sought retribution for the death of his brother. The company's unethical practices led to a swift and severe retribution. Retrograde. 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 Adjective, directed or moving backward. The country's economy was in a state of retrograde decline. The new policy was a retrograde step for the company. Reverent. 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 Adjective. Rhetoric. 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 Noun, the art of effective or persuasive speaking or writing. The politician's rhetoric was designed to appeal to the emotions of the crowd. He used powerful rhetoric to sway the jury. Ribald. 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 Adjective, referring to sexual matters in an amusingly crude or irreverent way. The ribald jokes made some people in the audience uncomfortable. The play was a bawdy and ribald comedy. Rift. 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 Noun, a crack, split, or break in something, a serious break in friendly relations between people or groups. The earthquake created a deep rift in the earth. The disagreement created a rift between the two friends. Rigmarole. 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 Noun, a long, rambling, and tedious speech or procedure. He had to go through a rigmarole of paperwork to get his passport. The entire process was a bureaucratic rigmarole. Riven. 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 Adjective, torn apart, split. The old table was riven with cracks. The country was riven by civil war. Robust. 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 Adjective, strong and healthy, vigorous. He was a robust man who enjoyed physical labor. The company's financial performance was robust. Rococo. 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 Adjective, of or characterized by an elaborately ornamental late Baroque style of decoration. The Rococo furniture was adorned with intricate carvings. The building's interior was decorated in a Rococo style. Roguish. 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 Adjective, characteristic of a rogue or rascal, playfully mischievous. He gave her a roguish wink. The roguish grin on his face suggested he was up to no good. Rosy. 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 Adjective, having a healthy pinkish color, promising or optimistic. She had a rosy complexion after her run. The economic forecast looked rosy. Rubric. 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 Noun, a heading on a document, a set of rules or instructions. The rubric for the essay was very specific. The teacher explained the rubric for grading the project. Rudiment, rudiment, rudiment. rudiment. Noun, the first principles of a subject, a basic element. He had a rudimentary understanding of the subject. The rudiments of grammar are taught in elementary school. Rue, rue, rue. rue. Verb, to bitterly regret, something that one has done or allowed to happen. He would live to rue the day he made that mistake. She rued the missed opportunity to travel. Ruminate, ruminate, ruminate. ruminate. Verb, to think deeply about something. He ruminated on the meaning of life. The professor encouraged her students to ruminate on the lecture topics. Rustic, rustic, rustic. rustic. Adjective, of or relating to the countryside, simple and unsophisticated. They lived in a rustic cabin in the woods. The restaurant had a rustic charm that was very appealing. Nadir, nadir, nadir. Nadir. Noun, the lowest point in the fortunes of a person or organization. His career reached its nadir after the scandal. The stock market hit its nadir during the recession. Naive, naive, naive. Naive. Adjective, showing a lack of experience, wisdom, or judgment. The naive young man believed everything he was told. Her naive trust in people often led to disappointment. Narcissistic, narcissistic, narcissistic. Narcissistic. Adjective, having an excessive interest in or admiration of oneself and one's physical appearance. The narcissistic actor couldn't stop looking at himself in the mirror. She was so narcissistic that she thought everything was about her. Nascent, nascent, nascent. Nascent. Adjective, especially of a process or organization, just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. The nascent company was still struggling to find its footing. The nascent idea for the novel began to take shape. Nebulous, nebulous, nebulous. Nebulous. Adjective, in the form of a cloud or haze, unclear, vague, or ill-defined. His nebulous plan for the future was confusing. The nebulous figure in the fog was hard to make out. Nefarious, nefarious, nefarious. Nefarious. Adjective, wicked or criminal. The nefarious plot was to steal the crown jewels. The nefarious dictator was responsible for the deaths of thousands. Negligible, negligible, negligible. Negligible. Adjective, so small or unimportant as to be not worth considering, insignificant. The damage to the car was negligible. The cost of the repairs was negligible. Nemesis, nemesis, nemesis. Nemesis. Noun, the inescapable agent of someone's downfall, a long-standing rival. The superhero finally defeated his nemesis. His nemesis in the business world was always one step ahead. Neophyte, neophyte, neophyte. Neophyte. Noun, a person who is new to a subject, skill, or belief. The neophyte was still learning the basics of the game. The neophyte journalist was eager to prove herself. Nettlesome, nettlesome, nettlesome. Netlesome. Adjective, causing annoyance or difficulty. The nettlesome problem was difficult to solve. The nettlesome child was a constant source of frustration. Nexus, nexus, nexus. Nexus. Noun, a connection or series of connections linking two or more things, a central or focal point. The city was a nexus of trade and commerce. The Internet is a nexus of information and communication. Nicety, nicety, nicety. Nicety. Noun, a fine detail or distinction. The two contracts were almost identical, with only a few legal niceties setting them apart. He paid close attention to the niceties of proper etiquette. Nihilism, nihilism, nihilism. Nihilism. Noun, the rejection of all religious and moral principles, often in the belief that life is meaningless. The character's nihilism was a major theme of the novel. The philosophy of nihilism was a source of despair for him. Nirvana, Nirvana, Nirvana. Nirvana. Noun, a state of perfect happiness, a state of complete peace. The monk meditated for hours to achieve nirvana. The serene beach was her idea of nirvana. Nocturnal, nocturnal, nocturnal. Nocturnal. Adjective, done, occurring, or active at night. Bats are nocturnal animals. He preferred to do his creative work during the nocturnal hours. Nomenclature, nomenclature. Nomenclature. Noun, the devising or choosing of names for things, especially in a science or other discipline. The nomenclature of the new species was a topic of debate among scientists. The new computer program had a complex nomenclature. Nonchalant, nonchalant, nonchalant. Nonchalant. Adjective, feeling or appearing casually calm and relaxed, not displaying anxiety, interest, or enthusiasm. He acted nonchalant about the test, but he was secretly nervous. She had a nonchalant attitude about her success. Nostalgia, nostalgia. Nullify, nullify, nullify. Nullify. Verb, to make legally null and void, to cancel. The judge decided to nullify the contract. The new evidence would nullify the defendant's conviction. Numinous, numinous, numinous. Numinous. Adjective, having a strong religious or spiritual quality, indicating or suggesting the presence of a divinity. He had a numinous experience in the old church. The ancient forest had a numinous atmosphere. Nuance, nuance, nuance. Nuance. Noun, a subtle difference in or shade of meaning, expression, or sound. The artist was able to capture every nuance of the sunset's colors. He understood the nuances of the foreign language. Obdurate, obdurate, obdurate. Obdurate. Adjective, stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or course of action. The obdurate man refused to listen to reason. The judge was obdurate in his decision, despite the new evidence. Obfuscate, obfuscate, obfuscate. Obfuscate. Verb, to render obscure, unclear, or unintelligible. The politician tried to obfuscate the truth with a long-winded speech. The legal jargon was designed to obfuscate the issue. Objurgate, objurgate, objurgate. O-B-J-U-R-G-A-T-E. Verb, to rebuke severely, to scold. The mother objurgated her son for misbehaving. The boss objurgated the employee for his poor performance. Oblique, oblique, oblique. O-B-L-I-Q-U-E. Adjective, not explicit or direct in address to a topic. He made an oblique reference to the scandal. The answer was oblique, avoiding the main question. Obliterate, obliterate, obliterate. O-B-L-I-T-E-R-A-T-E. Verb, to destroy utterly, to wipe out. The fire obliterated the entire forest. The storm obliterated the small town. Oblivious, oblivious, oblivious. O-B-L-I-V-I-O-U-S. Adjective, not aware of or not concerned about what is happening around one. He was so engrossed in his book that he was oblivious to the noise. She was oblivious to the fact that her friends were planning a surprise party for her. Obloquy, obloquy, obloquy. O-B-L-O-Q-U-Y. Noun, strong public criticism or verbal abuse. The politician faced a barrage of obloquy after the scandal broke. He was a victim of obloquy and false accusations. Obsequious, obsequious, obsequious. O-B-S-E-Q-U-I-O-U-S. Adjective, obedient or attentive to an excessive or servile degree. The obsequious assistant agreed with every word the boss said. The obsequious waiter made everyone uncomfortable. Obsolete, obsolete, obsolete. O-B-S-O-L-E-T-E. Adjective, no longer produced or used, out of date. The old computer was now obsolete. The company's business model was obsolete. Obstinate, obstinate, obstinate. O-B-S-T-I-N-A-T-E. Adjective, stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or course of action. The obstinate child refused to eat his vegetables. He was an obstinate man who never admitted he was wrong. Obstreperous, obstreperous, obstreperous. O-B-S-T-R-E-P-E-R-O-U-S. Streperous. Adjective, noisy and difficult to control. The obstreperous students disrupted the class. The obstreperous crowd was difficult for the police to manage. Obviate. 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 O-B-V-I-A-T-E. Verb, to remove a need or difficulty, to avoid or prevent. The new system will obviate the need for manual data entry. Her foresight helped to obviate any potential problems. Occlude. 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 O-C-C-L-U-D-E. Verb, to stop, close up, or obstruct, an opening, orifice, or passage. A blood clot occluded the artery. The heavy curtains occluded the light from the room. Odious. 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 O-D-I-O-U-S. Adjective, extremely unpleasant, repulsive. The odious smell of rotten garbage filled the air. The odious crime was met with public outrage. Odium. 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 O-D-I-U-M. Noun, general or widespread hatred or disgust directed at someone as a result of their actions. He had to endure the odium of the entire community after his crime. Onerous. 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 O-N-E-R-O-U-S. Adjective, involving an amount of effort and difficulty that is oppressively burdensome. The onerous task of cleaning the entire house took all day. The contract contained onerous terms that were difficult to meet. Opacity. 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 O-P-A-C-I-T-Y. Noun, the condition of lacking transparency or being opaque, the quality of being difficult to understand. The opacity of the new law made it hard to interpret. The window's opacity made it impossible to see outside. Opaque. 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 O-P-A-Q-U-E. Adjective, not able to be seen through, not transparent. The opaque glass of the door provided privacy. The politicians' motives were opaque. Opportune. 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 O-P-O-R-T-U-N-E. Adjective, well chosen or particularly favorable or appropriate. The opportune moment for the launch of the new product was during the holiday season. The rain came at an opportune time, saving the crops. Opprobrium. 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 O-P-P-R-O-B-R-I-U-M. Noun, harsh criticism or censure. The company's unethical actions earned them public opprobrium. He was subjected to opprobrium for his controversial views. Opulent, opulent, opulent. O-P-U-L-E-N-T. Adjective, rich and luxurious or lavish. The opulent palace was decorated with gold and jewels. He lived an opulent lifestyle, surrounded by expensive things. Oratorical, oratorical, oratorical. O-R-A-T-O-R-I-C-A-L. Adjective, relating to the art or practice of public speaking. The politician's oratorical skills were legendary. Her oratorical ability was impressive, and she could captivate any audience. Orthodox, orthodox, orthodox. O-R-T-H-O-D-O-X. Adjective, following traditional and established beliefs. The church followed an orthodox tradition. He had an orthodox approach to solving the problem. Oscillate, oscillate, oscillate. O-S-C-I-L-L-A-T-E. Verb, to swing back and forth with a steady, uninterrupted rhythm. The pendulum began to oscillate. The singer's voice oscillated between high and low notes. Ossify, ossify, ossify. O-S-S-I-F-Y. Verb, to turn into bone or bony tissue, to become rigid or fixed in attitude or position. The old man's joints began to ossify. The company's culture began to ossify, and it became resistant to change. Ostensible, ostensible, ostensible. O-S-T-E-N-S-I-B-L-E. Adjective, stated or appearing to be true, but not necessarily so. The ostensible reason for his visit was to see his parents, but he also wanted to see his ex-girlfriend. His ostensible friendliness masked a deep resentment. Ostentatious, ostentatious, ostentatious. O-S-T-E-N-T-A-T-I-O-U-S. Adjective, characterized by vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or attract notice. The ostentatious display of wealth was a bit much. The celebrity's ostentatious lifestyle was often featured in tabloids. Ostracize, ostracize, ostracize. O-S-T-R-A-C-I-Z-E. Verb, to exclude from a society or group. The new student was ostracized by the other kids. She was ostracized by her family after she married a man they didn't approve of. Otiose. 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 O-T-I-O-S-E. Adjective, serving no practical purpose or result, useless. The Otiose comments in the meeting added nothing to the discussion. The Otiose law was never enforced. Plethora. 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 P-L-E-T-H-O-R-A. Noun, a large or excessive amount of something. The store had a plethora of products to choose from. He had a plethora of excuses for being late. Plight. 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 P-L-I-G-H-T. Noun, a dangerous, difficult, or otherwise unfortunate situation. The plight of the refugees moved her to tears. The charity raised money to help people in their plight. Plucky. 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 P-L-U-C-K-Y. Adjective, having or showing determined courage in the face of difficulties. The plucky little dog faced down a much larger one. The plucky heroine never gave up hope. Polemic. 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 P-O-L-E-M-I-C. Noun, a strong verbal or written attack on someone or something. The book was a scathing polemic against the government's policies. The debate turned into a polemic, with both sides refusing to listen to the other. Ponderous. 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 P-O-N-D-E-R-O-U-S. Adjective, slow and clumsy because of great weight. The elephant's ponderous walk shook the ground. The book was a ponderous tome that was difficult to read. Portend. 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 P-O-R-T-E-N-D. Verb, to be a sign or warning that something is likely to happen. The dark clouds portended a coming storm. The economic indicators portended a recession. Portent. 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 P-O-R-T-E-N-T. Noun, a sign or warning that something, especially something momentous or calamitous, is likely to happen. The comet was seen as a portent of change. The stock market crash was a portent of the Great Depression. Postulate. 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 P-O-S-T-U-L-A-T-E. Verb, to suggest or assume the existence, fact, or truth of something as a basis for reasoning, discussion, or belief. Scientists postulate the existence of black holes. The theory postulates that the universe is constantly expanding. Potent, potent, potent. P-O-T-E-N-T. Adjective, having great power, influence, or effect. The drug was a potent painkiller. The politician's speech was a potent force for change. Potentate, potentate, potentate. P-O-T-E-N-T-A-T-E. Noun, a monarch or ruler. The potentate ruled the kingdom with an iron fist. The potentate's power was absolute. Pragmatic, pragmatic. P-R-A-G-M-A-T-I-C. Adjective, dealing with things sensibly and realistically in a way that is based on practical rather than theoretical considerations. A pragmatic approach was needed to solve the problem. She made a pragmatic decision to take the lower-paying job with better benefits. Precarious, precarious, precarious. P-R-E-C-A-R-I-O-U-S. Adjective, not securely held or in position, dangerously likely to fall or collapse. The precarious ladder wobbled with every step. He was in a precarious financial situation after losing his job. Preclude, preclude, preclude. P-R-E-C-L-U-D-E. Verb, to prevent from happening, to make impossible. The new rules will preclude any further delays. His lack of experience will preclude him from getting the promotion. Precocious, precocious, precocious. P-R-E-C-O-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, having developed certain abilities or proclivities at an earlier age than usual. The precocious child was reading at a college level by age 7. She was a precocious talent in the art world. Precursor, precursor, precursor. P-R-E-C-U-R-S-O-R. Noun, a person or thing that comes before another of the same kind, a forerunner. The new smartphone was a precursor to a whole new line of technology. The symptoms were a precursor to a more serious illness. Predator, predator, predator. P-R-E-D-A-T-O-R. Noun, an animal that naturally preys on others. A lion is a powerful predator in the savannah. He was a ruthless predator in the business world, preying on weaker companies. Predilection, predilection, predilection. Predilection. Noun, a preference or special liking for something. He had a predilection for spicy food. Her predilection for a quiet life led her to move to the countryside. Preeminent. 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 Prerogative. 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 Noun, a right or privilege exclusive to a particular individual or class. It was the president's prerogative to veto the bill. The teacher's prerogative was to assign homework as he saw fit. Presage. 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 Verb, to be a sign or warning of an impending event. The rising tide presaged a storm. The old woman's dream presaged her own death. Prevaricate. 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 Verb, to speak or act in an evasive way. The politician prevaricated when asked about his financial dealings. She prevaricated for so long that the interviewer gave up. Primordial. 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 Adjective, existing at or from the beginning of time, fundamental. The primordial forests of the Amazon are a unique ecosystem. The primordial need for food and shelter is universal. Probity. 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 Noun, the quality of having strong moral principles, honesty and decency. The lawyer was known for his probity and integrity. He was a man of probity, and everyone trusted his word. Proboscis. 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 Noun, the nose of a mammal, especially a long, mobile one like an elephant's trunk or tapir's snout. The mosquito used its proboscis to suck blood. The elephant's proboscis is a powerful tool for grabbing food. Proclivity. 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 Noun, a tendency to choose or do something regularly, an inclination. He had a proclivity for gambling that got him into trouble. Her proclivity to help others led her to a career in social work. Procrastinate. procrastinate, procrastinate, Procrastinate. Verb, to delay or postpone action, to put off doing something. He would often procrastinate on his homework until the last minute. She procrastinated for so long that she missed the deadline. Profligate, profligate, profligate. Profligate. Adjective, recklessly extravagant or wasteful in the use of resources. The profligate son squandered his inheritance. His profligate spending habits led to his financial ruin. Profusion, profusion, profusion. Profusion. Noun, an abundance or large quantity of something. The garden was a profusion of colorful flowers. The celebrity received a profusion of gifts from her fans. Progenitor, progenitor, progenitor. Progenitor. Noun, a person or thing from which a person, animal, or plant is descended or originates, an ancestor. The ancient tribe was the progenitor of the modern-day nation. He traced his family's lineage back to a single progenitor. Progeny, progeny, progeny. Progeny. Noun, a descendant or the descendants of a person, animal, or plant, offspring. The king's progeny would inherit the throne. The progeny of the wild horses were strong and healthy. Prognosticate, prognosticate, prognosticate. Prognosticate. Verb, to foretell or prophesy an event in the future. The meteorologist prognosticated a heavy snowfall. The fortune teller prognosticated a long and happy life for her. Prolific, prolific, prolific. Prolific. Adjective, producing much fruit or foliage or many offspring, producing a great deal of a particular thing. He was a prolific writer, publishing a new novel every year. The prolific artist created hundreds of paintings in his lifetime. Promulgate, promulgate, promulgate. Promulgate. Verb, to promote or make widely known an idea or cause. The new law was promulgated by the government. The organization worked to promulgate its message of peace. Propensity, propensity, Propensity. Propensity. Noun, an inclination or natural tendency to behave in a particular way. He had a propensity for telling tall tales. Her propensity to procrastinate often led to missed deadlines. Propitiate. 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 P-R-O-P-I-T-I-A. Proscribe. 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 P-R-O-S-C-R-I-B-E. Verb, to forbid, especially by law. The law proscribed the sale of alcohol to minors. The company proscribed the use of social media during work hours. Protean. 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 P-R-O-T-E-A-N. Adjective, tending or able to change frequently or easily. He was a protean actor, able to play any role. The protean virus was constantly changing its form. Protocol. 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 P-R-O-T-O-C-O-L. Noun, the official procedure or system of rules governing affairs of state or diplomatic occasions. The diplomat followed the proper protocol when meeting with the foreign leader. The scientists followed a strict protocol for the experiment. Protract. 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 P-R-O-T-R-A-C-T. Verb, to prolong or extend in time. The lawyer tried to protract the trial to wear down the prosecution. The meeting was protracted for hours. Provender. 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 P-R-O-V-E-N-D-E-R. Noun, animal food, especially hay or feed. The farmer gave his horses a fresh supply of provender. The traveler's provender was running low. Provincial. 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 P-R-O-V-I-N-C-I-A-L. Adjective, of or concerning a province of a country or empire. The provincial government was responsible for local issues. His provincial accent revealed his rural upbringing. Pueril. 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 P-U-E-R-I-L-E. Adjective, childishly silly and trivial. His puerile jokes were not appreciated by the adults. The argument was based on a puerile misunderstanding. Pugnacious. 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 P-U-G-N-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, Adjective, eager or quick to argue, quarrel, or fight. The pugnacious boxer was always looking for a fight. The pugnacious puppy nipped at the older dog's heels. Pulchritude, pulchritude, pulchritude. Pulchritude. Noun, beauty. The pulchritude of the landscape was breathtaking. She was a woman of great pulchritude, admired by all. Punctilious, punctilious, punctilious. Punctilious. Adjective, showing great attention to detail or correct behavior. He was a punctilious host, making sure every guest was comfortable. The punctilious lawyer double-checked every document. Pundit, pundit, pundit. Pundit. Noun, an expert in a particular subject, who is frequently called upon to give opinions about it to the public. The television pundit offered his analysis of the political situation. He was a financial pundit, famous for his accurate predictions. Purge, purge, purge. Purge. Verb, to rid someone or something of an unwanted quality, condition, or feeling. The new leader promised to purge the government of corruption. He went on a diet to purge his body of toxins. Pusillanimous, pusillanimous, pusillanimous. Pusillanimous. Adjective, showing a lack of courage or determination, timid. The pusillanimous soldier ran away from the battle. His pusillanimous response to the challenge was disappointing. Abaft, abaft, abaft. Abaft. Preposition / adverb, towards or at the stern of a ship, further astern than. The captain walked abaft the mast to get a better view. The galley was abaft the main cabin. Abeyance, abeyance, abeyance. Abeyance. Noun, a state of temporary disuse or suspension. The project was held in abeyance until the funding was secured. The rules were in abeyance during the emergency. Abjure, abjure, abjure. Abjure. Verb, to solemnly renounce a belief, cause, or claim. He abjured his former beliefs and converted to a new religion. The king was forced to abjure his claim to the throne. Abnegate, abnegate, abnegate. Abnegate. Verb, to renounce or reject something desirable, to deny or restrain oneself. He abnegated his right to a trial. The monks abnegated all worldly possessions. Abound, abound, abound. A-B-O-U-N-D. Verb, to exist in large numbers or amounts. The lake abounded with fish. Opportunities for advancement abound in the new company. Abrogate, abrogate, abrogate. A-B-R-O-G-A-T-E. Verb, to repeal or do away with a law, right, or formal agreement. The government abrogated the treaty. The new law abrogated the rights of citizens. Abscission, abscission, abscission. A-B-S-C-I-S-S-I-O-N. Noun, the natural detachment of parts of a plant, typically leaves and ripe fruit. The tree's leaves underwent abscission in the fall. The abscission of the flower was a sign of its death. Abstinence, abstinence, abstinence. A-B-S-T-I-N-E-N-C-E. Noun, the practice of restraining oneself from indulging in something, typically alcohol. He practiced abstinence from alcohol for religious reasons. The abstinence-only approach to sex education was controversial. Accede, accede, accede. A-C-C-E-D-E. Verb, to agree to a demand, request, or treaty. The government acceded to the protesters' demands. He finally acceded to his son's request for a new bike. Acclimatize, acclimatize, acclimatize. A-C-C-L-I-M-A-T-I-Z-E. Verb, to become accustomed to a new climate or to new conditions. The hikers had to acclimatize to the high altitude. The plants took time to acclimatize to the new environment. Accolade, accolade, accolade. A-C-C-O-L-A-D-E. Noun, an award or privilege granted as a special honor or as an acknowledgement of merit. She received an accolade for her work in the community. The film received numerous accolades from critics. Accost, accost, accost. A-C-C-O-S-T. Verb, to approach and address someone, boldly or aggressively. The beggar accosted him on the street, asking for money. The reporter accosted the celebrity for an interview. Accouter, 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 A-C-C-O-U-T-R-E. Verb, to equip or clothe in a particular way. The soldiers were accoutered with the latest gear. The knight was accoutered in shining armor. Acquiesce, acquiesce, acquiesce. A-C-Q-U-I-E-S-C-E. Verb, to accept something reluctantly but without protest. She acquiesced to her mother's request to clean her room. He acquiesced to the new policy, even though he didn't agree with it. Acrid, acrid, acrid. A-C-R-I-D. Adjective, having an irritatingly strong and unpleasant taste or smell. The acrid smell of burning rubber filled the air. The acrid smoke from the fire was choking. Acrimonious, acrimonious, acrimonious. A-C-R-I-M-O-N-I-O-U-S. Adjective, typically of a speech or debate, angry and bitter. The debate between the two candidates was acrimonious. The couple had an acrimonious divorce. Adage, adage, adage. A-D-A-G-E. Noun, a proverb or short statement expressing a general truth. The old adage, "Look before you leap," is a good one to remember. The adage about an apple a day is a popular one. Adamant, adamant, adamant. A-D-A-M-A-N-T. Adjective, refusing to be persuaded or to change one's mind. He was adamant that he was right and refused to listen to anyone else. The politician was adamant about his decision. Addle, addle, addle. Admonition, admonition, admonition. A-D-M-O-N-I-T-I-O-N. Noun, a firm warning or reprimand. The teacher gave the student an admonition for his poor behavior. The police officer's admonition to the driver was to slow down. Adulation, adulation, adulation. A-D-U-L-A-T-I-O-N. Noun, excessive admiration or praise. The celebrity was tired of all the adulation from her fans. The adulation he received went to his head. Adumbrate, adumbrate, adumbrate. A-D-U-M-B-R-A-T-E. Verb, to report or represent an outline, to foreshadow or symbolize. The author adumbrated the future of the characters in the first chapter. The storm clouds adumbrated the coming disaster. Aegis, Aegis, Aegis. Aegis. Noun, the protection, backing, or support of a particular person or organization. The project was carried out under the aegis of the government. The company operated under the aegis of a powerful corporation. Affable, affable, affable. A-F-F-A-B-L-E. Adjective, friendly, good-natured, or easy to talk to. The affable old man was loved by everyone in the neighborhood. The new boss was affable and easy to get along with. Affluence, affluence, affluence. A-F-F-L-U-E-N-C-E. Noun, the state of having a great deal of money, wealth. The family lived a life of affluence. The country's affluence was a result of its natural resources. Agglomerate, agglomerate, agglomerate. A-G-G-L-O-M-E-R-A-T-E. Verb, to collect or form into a mass or group. The particles agglomerated into a single clump. The small companies agglomerated into one large corporation. Agog, agog, agog. A-G-O-G. Adjective, very eager or curious to hear or see something. The children were all agog to see the new movie. He was agog with excitement for the concert. Alacrity, alacrity, alacrity. A-L-A-C-R-I-T-Y. Noun, brisk and cheerful readiness. He accepted the invitation with alacrity. The students responded to the teacher's request with alacrity. Albeit, albeit, albeit. A-L-B-E-I-T. Conjunction, though, even though. He was a good student, albeit a bit lazy. The project was a success, albeit a small one. Alchemy, alchemy, alchemy. A-L-C-H-E-M-Y. Noun, a medieval form of chemistry, a seemingly magical process of transformation, creation, or combination. The old man believed in the art of alchemy. The transformation of the company was a kind of alchemy. Alias, alias, alias. A-L-I-A-S. Noun, a false or assumed identity. The spy used an alias to enter the country. The criminal was known by several aliases. Alienate, alienate, alienate. A-L-I-E-N-A-T-E. Verb, to cause someone to feel isolated or estranged. His rude behavior alienated him from his friends. The government's policies alienated a large portion of the population. Allegation, allegation, allegation. Allegation. Noun, a claim or assertion that someone has done something illegal or wrong, typically one made without proof. The politician denied the allegation of corruption. The allegation of cheating was never proven. Allegorical, allegorical, allegorical. Allegorical. Adjective, pertaining to or containing an allegory. The novel was an allegorical tale about the dangers of greed. The poem had an allegorical meaning. Alliteration, alliteration, alliteration. Alliteration. Noun, the occurrence of the same letter or sound at the beginning of closely connected words. The poem was full of alliteration, like Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. The headline used alliteration to grab attention. Allocate, allocate, allocate. Allocate. Verb, to distribute resources or duties for a particular purpose. The company allocated a large budget for the new project. The teacher allocated the students into groups. Allure, allure, allure. Allure. Noun, the quality of being powerfully and mysteriously attractive or fascinating. The allure of the city was a major draw for young people. Amanuensis, amanuensis, amanuensis. Amanuensis. Noun, a literary or artistic assistant, in particular one who takes dictation or copies manuscripts. The author's amanuensis helped him write his memoirs. The amanuensis transcribed the professor's lectures. Amass, amass, amass. Amass. Verb, to gather together or accumulate a large amount of something over a period of time. He amassed a fortune through shrewd investments. The collector amassed a huge collection of rare books. Ambidextrous, ambidextrous, ambidextrous. Ambidextrous. Adjective, of a person, able to use the right and left hands equally well. The ambidextrous baseball player could bat from either side of the plate. He was an ambidextrous artist who could draw with both hands. Ambivalent, ambivalent, ambivalent. A-M-B-I-V-A-L-E-N-T. Adjective, having mixed feelings or contradictory ideas about something or someone. He was ambivalent about the new job, excited about the opportunity but sad to leave his old one. The public was ambivalent about the new law. Ameliorate, ameliorate, ameliorate. A-M-E-L-I-O-R-A-T-E. Verb, to make something bad or unsatisfactory better. The new policies were designed to ameliorate the living conditions of the poor. He tried to ameliorate the situation with an apology. Amenable, amenable, amenable. A-M-E-N-A-B-L-E. Adjective, open and responsive to suggestion, easily persuaded or controlled. The amenable student was always willing to help. The new boss was amenable to new ideas. Amorphous, amorphous, amorphous. A-M-O-R-P-H-O-U-S. Adjective, without a clearly defined shape or form. The amorphous blob of jelly was a strange sight. The amorphous plans for the new project were still in the early stages. Anachronism, anachronism, anachronism. A-N-A-C-H-R-O-N-I-S-M. Noun, a thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than that in which it exists, especially a thing that is conspicuously old-fashioned. The film was full of anachronisms, like a character using a cell phone in the 19th century. The old car was an anachronism in the modern city. Anathema, anathema, anathema. A-N-A-T-H-E-M-A. Noun, something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. The new policy was anathema to the workers. The idea of war was anathema to the pacifist. Animosity, animosity, animosity. A-N-I-M-O-S-I-T-Y. Noun, strong hostility. The animosity between the two rivals was palpable. The animosity in the room was a result of the disagreement. Annex, annex, annex. A-N-N-E-X. Verb, to add as an extra part, especially to a document. The country annexed the small island. He annexed a supplement to the report. Anomaly, Anomaly. Anomaly. A-N-O-M-A-L-Y. Noun, something that deviates from what is standard, normal, or expected. The anomaly in the data was a cause for concern. The two-headed snake was an anomaly of nature. Anomie. 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 A-N-O-M-I-E. Noun, lack of the usual social or ethical standards in an individual or group. The anomie in the city was a result of the breakdown of social order. The rise in crime was a symptom of anomie. Antecedent. 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 A-N-T-E-C-E-D-E-N-T. Noun, a thing that comes before another. The antecedent of the pronoun it is the noun it refers to. The Civil War was an antecedent to the end of slavery. Antediluvian. 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 A-N-T-E-D-I-L-U-V-I-A-N. Adjective, of or belonging to the time before the biblical flood, ridiculously old-fashioned. The old man had antediluvian ideas about gender roles. The antediluvian computer was a relic of the past. Anthropology. 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 A-N-T-H-R-O-P-O-L-O-G-Y. Noun, the study of humankind. The anthropologist studied the indigenous culture. Anthropology is a fascinating subject. Antipodal. 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 A-N-T-I-P-O-D-A-L. Adjective, relating to or situated on the opposite side of the earth. The antipodal regions of the earth have opposite seasons. The apotheosis. 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 A-P-O-T-H-E-O-S-I-S. Noun, the highest point in the development of something, the culmination or climax. The concert was the apotheosis of his career. The character's death was his apotheosis, a final act of heroism. Apparition. 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 A-P-P-A-R-I-T-I-O-N. Noun, a ghost or ghost-like image of a person. The apparition of a woman in white haunted the old house. The ghostly apparition appeared in the middle of the night. Appease. 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 A-P-P-E-A-S-E. Verb, to pacify or placate someone by acceding to their demands. The mother tried to appease her crying baby with a toy. The government tried to appease the protesters with a new law. Appendage, appendage, appendage. A-P-P-E-N-D-A-G-E. Noun, a thing that is added or attached to something larger or more important. The small building was an appendage to the main house. The tail is an appendage of a dog. Apportion, apportion, apportion. A-P-P-O-R-T-I-O-N. Verb, to divide and allocate. The inheritance was apportioned among the 3 children. The funds were apportioned to different departments. Apposite, apposite, apposite. A-P-P-O-S-I-T-E. Adjective, apt in the circumstances or in relation to something. The quote was an apposite choice for the speech. His comments were apposite to the topic of discussion. Apprehend, apprehend, apprehend. A-P-P-R-E-H-E-N-D. Verb, to arrest someone for a crime, to understand or perceive. The police apprehended the suspect after a long chase. He was unable to apprehend the complex theory. Appurtenance, appurtenance, appurtenance. A-P-P-U-R-T-E-N-A-N-C-E. Noun, an accessory or other item associated with a particular activity or style of living. The sword was an appurtenance of the knight. The fancy car was an appurtenance of his wealthy lifestyle. Arbitrary, arbitrary, arbitrary. A-R-B-I-T-R-A-R-Y. Adjective, based on random choice or personal whim, rather than any reason or system. The judge's decision was arbitrary and unfair. The rules were arbitrary and made no sense. Arcane, arcane, arcane. A-R-C-A-N-E. Adjective, understood by few, mysterious or secret. The arcane knowledge of the ancient philosophers was difficult to understand. The arcane rituals of the secret society were a mystery to outsiders. Vacillate, vacillate, vacillate. V-A-C-I-L-L-A-T-E. Verb, to alternate or waver between different opinions or actions. He vacillated between the 2 job offers for weeks. The stock market continued to vacillate throughout the day. Vacuous, vacuous, vacuous. V-A-C-U Adjective, having or showing a lack of thought or intelligence, mindless. Her vacuous smile gave no hint of what she was thinking. He was known for his vacuous comments that added nothing to the conversation. Vagary, vagary, vagary. V-A-G-A-R-Y. Noun, an unexpected and inexplicable change in a situation or in someone's behavior. The vagaries of the weather made it hard to plan the trip. The old man's memory was subject to strange vagaries. Vagrant, vagrant, vagrant. V-A-G-R-A-N-T. Noun, a person without a settled home or regular work who wanders from place to place. The vagrant asked for spare change on the street corner. The city council passed a new law to deal with the increasing number of vagrants. Valorous, valorous, valorous. V-A-L-O-R-O-U-S. Adjective, having great courage in the face of danger. The valorous knight defended the kingdom from the dragon. She gave a valorous speech that inspired her troops. Vapid, vapid, vapid. V-A-P-I-D. Adjective, offering nothing that is stimulating or challenging. The movie was a vapid rehash of old ideas. The conversation was vapid and uninteresting. Variegated, variegated, variegated. V-A-R-I-E-G-A-T-E-D. Adjective, exhibiting different colors, especially as irregular patches or streaks. The variegated leaves of the plant were a beautiful sight. The variegated marble floor was a stunning centerpiece. Vaunt, vaunt, vaunt. V-A-U-N-T. Verb, to boast about or praise something, especially excessively. He vaunted his new car to all his friends. The company vaunted its latest achievement in the press release. Vehement, vehement, vehement. V-E-H-E-M-E-N-T. Adjective, showing strong feeling, forceful, passionate, or intense. The vehement debate lasted for hours. The mayor was a vehement opponent of the new tax. Venal, venal, venal. V-E-N-A-L. Adjective, showing or motivated by susceptibility to bribery. The venal official was known for taking bribes. He was a venal politician who cared only about his own gain. Venerate, venerate, venerate. V-E-N-E-R-A-T-E. Verb, to regard with great respect. The people venerated the memory of their fallen leader. We should venerate our elders for their wisdom and experience. Venerable, venerable, venerable. VENERABLE. Adjective, accorded a great deal of respect, especially because of age, wisdom, or character. The venerable professor had taught at the university for 50 years. The ancient, venerable tree stood as a symbol of the town's history. Vengeful, vengeful, vengeful. VENGEFUL. Adjective, seeking to harm someone in return for a perceived injury. He had a vengeful look in his eyes after being humiliated. The vengeful ghost haunted the old mansion. Veracity, veracity, veracity. VERACITY. Noun, conformity to facts, accuracy. The journalist questioned the veracity of the witness's statement. The veracity of the report was confirmed by multiple sources. Verbatim, verbatim, verbatim. VERBATIM. Adverb, in exactly the same words as were used originally. She repeated his words verbatim. The secretary took down the meeting minutes verbatim. Verbose, verbose, verbose. VERBOSE. Adjective, using or expressed in more words than are needed. The verbose speaker struggled to get to the point. His verbose writing style made the report difficult to read. Verdant, verdant, verdant. VERDANT. Adjective, green with grass or other rich vegetation. The verdant hills of Ireland stretched out before them. The garden was a verdant oasis in the middle of the city. Vernacular, vernacular, vernacular. VERNACULAR. Noun, the language or dialect spoken by the ordinary people in a particular country or region. She wrote the story in her local vernacular. The play was performed in the vernacular, vicissitude, vicissitude, vicissitude. VICISSITUDE. Noun, a change of circumstances or fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. The company had weathered many vicissitudes over the years. The vicissitudes of life often teach us valuable lessons. Vilify, 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 vilify. Verb, to speak or write about in an abusively disparaging manner. The media sought to vilify the politician. He was vilified for his controversial opinions. Vindicate, vindicate, vindicate. V-I-N-D-I-C-A-T-E. Verb, to clear someone of blame or suspicion. The new evidence vindicated the innocent man. She felt vindicated after proving her point to her colleagues. Virtuoso, virtuoso, virtuoso. V-I-R-T-U-O-S-O. Noun, a person highly skilled in music or another artistic pursuit. The pianist was a true virtuoso. He was a virtuoso on the guitar, playing with incredible speed and accuracy. Virulent, virulent, virulent. V-I-R-U-L-E-N-T. Adjective, extremely severe or harmful in its effects. The virulent flu strain spread quickly through the population. His virulent criticism destroyed the artist's confidence. Visceral, visceral, visceral. V-I-S-C-E-R-A-L. Adjective, relating to deep inward feelings rather than to the intellect. Her visceral reaction to the news was one of pure shock. The boxer had a visceral need to win the fight. Vitriolic, vitriolic, vitriolic. V-I-T-R-I-O-L-I-C. Adjective, full of bitter criticism or malice. The vitriolic attack on his character was unwarranted. The critic's vitriolic review of the play was devastating. Vituperate, vituperate, vituperate. V-I-T-U-P-E-R-A-T-E. Verb, to blame or insult someone in strong or violent language. The coach vituperated the players for their lack of effort. He was known for vituperating anyone who disagreed with him. Vivacious, vivacious, vivacious. V-I-V-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, attractively lively and animated. Her vivacious personality made her popular at the party. The vivacious host kept the energy high all night. Vocation, vocation, vocation. V-O-C-A-T-I-O-N. Noun, a strong feeling of suitability for a particular career or occupation. He felt that teaching was his true vocation. She pursued her vocation with passion and dedication. Volatile, volatile, volatile. V-O-L-A-T-I-L-E. Adjective, liable to change rapidly and unpredictably, especially for the worse. The volatile stock market made investors nervous. His volatile temper made him difficult to work with. Voluminous, voluminous, voluminous. V-O-L-U-M-I-N-O-U-S. Adjective, occupying or containing much space, large in volume. She wore a voluminous skirt that flowed around her. The library contained voluminous works on ancient history. Voluptuous, voluptuous, voluptuous. V-O-L-U-P-T-U-O-U-S. Adjective, relating to or characterized by luxury or sensual pleasure. The rich chocolate cake was a voluptuous treat. The painting depicted a voluptuous woman reclining on a couch. Voracious, voracious, voracious. V-O-R-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, having a very eager approach to an activity. He was a voracious reader, devouring books at a rapid pace. The boy had a voracious appetite and ate everything on his plate. Vouchsafe, vouchsafe, vouchsafe. V-O-U-C-H-S-A-F-E. Verb, to give or grant something to someone in a condescending way. The king would vouchsafe his presence only on special occasions. She would not vouchsafe an answer to his question. Waft, waft, waft. W-A-F-T. Verb, to pass easily or gently through the air. The smell of fresh coffee wafted through the house. The music from the party wafted across the garden. Wave, wave, wave. W-A-I-V-E. Verb, to refrain from insisting on or using a right or claim. The company decided to waive the late fee. He agreed to waive his right to a lawyer. Wallow, wallow, wallow. W-A-L-L-O-W. Verb, to indulge in an unrestrained way in something that creates. Whelp, whelp, whelp. W-H-E-L-P. Noun, a young dog or other carnivore. The mother dog watched over her playful whelps. The wolf whelp was just learning to hunt. Wet, wet, wet. W-H-E-T. Verb, to sharpen the blade of a tool or weapon. The knife was whetted on a stone. The intriguing trailer whetted my appetite for the film. Whimsical, whimsical, whimsical. WHIMSICAL. Adjective, playfully quaint or fanciful, especially in an appealing and amusing way. The whimsical fairy garden was a delight to see. The artist's whimsical style was very popular. Winsome, winsome, winsome. WINSOME. Adjective, attractive or appealing in a fresh, innocent way. Her winsome smile won over the audience. The winsome child charmed everyone she met. Wistful, wistful, wistful. WISTFUL. Adjective, having or showing a feeling of vague or regretful longing. He gave a wistful sigh as he remembered his childhood. She had a wistful look in her eyes as she watched the old couple dance. Wizened, wizened, wizened. WIZENED. Adjective, shriveled or wrinkled with age. The wizened old man told stories of a bygone era. The wizened apple was no longer good to eat. Won't, won't, won't. WONT. Adjective, in the habit of doing something. He was wont to take a walk every evening. She was wont to read a book before bed. Wraith, wraith, wraith. WRAITH. Noun, a ghost or ghost-like image of someone. She saw a wraith-like figure in the abandoned house. He looked like a wraith after being sick for so long. Rot, rot, rot. WROUGHT. Adjective, of metals, beaten out or shaped by hammering, of an effect, brought about. The wrought iron gate was a beautiful piece of art. The tragic events wrought great change in the community. Rye, rye, rye. WRY. Adjective, using or expressing dry, especially mocking, humor. He gave a wry smile when he heard the bad news. Her wry commentary made the long lecture bearable. Xenial, xenial, xenial. XENIAL. Adjective, relating to hospitality to strangers. The xenial host welcomed everyone into her home. The town had a xenial atmosphere, with open doors and friendly faces. Xenodochial, Xenodochial. Xenodochial. Xenodocial. Adjective, friendly to strangers, hospitable. The Xenodochial town was known for its welcoming atmosphere. The Xenodochial innkeeper made sure all her guests were comfortable. Xeriscape. 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 Noun, a style of landscape design requiring little or no irrigation. Her xeriscape garden was perfect for the dry climate. The city encouraged homeowners to use xeriscape to conserve water. Xenophobia. 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 Noun, dislike of or prejudice against people from other countries. The politician's speech was full of xenophobia. The country was struggling to overcome its history of xenophobia. Yarn. 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 Y-A-R-N. Noun, spun thread used for knitting, weaving, or sewing. She used a colorful yarn to knit a scarf. The fisherman told a tall yarn about the giant fish he caught. Yearn. 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 Y-E-A-R-N. Verb, to have an intense feeling of longing for something. He yearned for the days of his youth. The lonely child yearned for a friend. Yeoman. 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 Y-E-O-M-A-N. Noun, a man holding and cultivating a small landed estate. The yeoman was a proud and independent farmer. The yeoman's work was essential to the community. Yoke. 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 Y-O-K-E. Noun, a wooden crosspiece that is fastened over the necks of two animals and attached to a plow. The farmer put the yoke on the oxen. The people were freed from the yoke of oppression. Your. 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 Y-O-R-E. Noun, of a time long past. In days of yore, knights and kings ruled the land. The story was a legend from the days of yore. Zealous. 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 Z-E-A-L-O-U-S. Zestful. 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 Z-E-S-T-F-U-L. Adjective, full of zest, enthusiastic. He had a zestful attitude towards life. The team's zestful performance won the game. Zeugma. 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 Noun, a figure of speech in which a word applies to two others in different senses. He lost his coat and his temper is an example of zeugma. The phrase, she broke his heart and his car, is a clever zeugma. Ziggurat. 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 Noun, in ancient Mesopotamia, a rectangular stepped tower. The ziggurat was a prominent feature of the ancient city. The archaeologists discovered the ruins of a ziggurat. Zoilus. 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 Noun, a bitter and malicious literary critic. The book was attacked by a Zoilus who seemed to find fault with everything. The playwright ignored the Zoilus's negative reviews. Archaeology. 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 Noun, the study of human history and prehistory through the excavation of sites and the analysis of artifacts and other physical remains. The archaeologist unearthed an ancient city. Archaeology is a fascinating field. Archipelago. 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 Noun, a group of islands. The Hawaiian Islands are an archipelago. The explorer discovered a new archipelago in the Pacific. Arduous. 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 Adjective, involving or requiring strenuous effort, difficult and tiring. The arduous hike to the top of the mountain was exhausting. The arduous task of cleaning the house took all day. Argue. 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 Verb, to give reasons or evidence in support of an idea, action, or theory. He argued that the new policy was a mistake. They argued about politics all night. Arouse. 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 Verb, to evoke or awaken a feeling, emotion, or response. The speech aroused a sense of patriotism in the crowd. The movie was designed to arouse a sense of fear. Array. 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 Noun, an impressive display or range of a particular type of thing. The store had an array of different products. The general reviewed the array of soldiers. Arrogate. 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 Verb, to take or claim something without justification. The king arrogated the power of the parliament. He arrogated to himself the right to make all the decisions. Asceticism. 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 Noun, severe self-discipline and avoidance of all forms of indulgence, typically for religious reasons. The monks practiced a life of asceticism. The asceticism of the desert hermits was a source of wonder. Asinine. 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 A-S-I-N-I-N-E. Adjective, extremely stupid or foolish. The asinine remarks of the politician were a source of embarrassment. It was an asinine idea to try to jump off the roof. Asperity. 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 A-S-P-E-R-I-T-Y. Noun, harshness of tone or manner. The asperity of his voice made her flinch. The asperity of the weather made it difficult to go outside. Aspersion. 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 A-S-P-E-R-S-I-O-N. Noun, an attack on the reputation or integrity of someone or something. He cast an aspersion on her character. The politician was known for his aspersions against his opponents. Assay. 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 A-S-S-A-Y. Verb, to determine the content or quality of a metal or ore. The gold was assayed to determine its purity. The scientist assayed the chemical compound. Assiduous. 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 A-S-S-I-D-U-O-U-S. Adjective, showing great care and perseverance. The assiduous student studied for hours every day. The assiduous worker was a model employee. Assuage. 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 A-S-S-U-A-G-E. Verb, to make an unpleasant feeling less intense. He tried to assuage her fears with a comforting hug. The medicine assuaged his pain. Astral. 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 A-S-T-R-A-L. Adjective, of or relating to the stars. The astral bodies in the night sky were a beautiful sight. The astral plane was a concept in some religions. Atheism. Atheism. A-T-H-E-I-S-M. Noun, the belief that God does not exist. He was an outspoken atheist who believed in no God. His atheism was a source of conflict with his religious family. Atrophy. 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 A-T-R-O-P-H-Y. Verb, of body tissue or an organ, to waste away, especially as a result of the degeneration of cells, or become vestigial during evolution. The muscles in his leg atrophied after he was in a cast for months. The company's skills atrophied after the new technology was introduced. Attenuate. 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 A-T-T-E-N-U-A-T-E. Verb, to reduce the force, effect, or value of. The medicine attenuated the symptoms of the disease. The long, winding road attenuated the speed of the car. Attrition. Attrition. Auspicious. 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 A-U-S-P-I-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, conducive to success, favorable. The new year got off to an auspicious start. The auspicious sign of the rainbow was a good omen. Austere. 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 A-U-S-T-E-R-E. Adjective, severe or strict in manner, attitude, or appearance, simple and unadorned. The austere monk lived a life of poverty. The austere design of the building was a bit severe. Autocrat. 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 A-U-T-O-C-R-A-T. Noun, a ruler who has absolute power. The autocrat ruled the country with an iron fist. The boss was an autocrat who made all the decisions. Autonomous. 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 A-U-T-O-N-O-M-O-U-S. Adjective, having the freedom to govern itself or control its own affairs. The autonomous region had its own government. The autonomous robot could make its own decisions. Avant-garde. 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 A-V-A-N-T-G-A-R-D-E. Noun, new and unusual or experimental ideas, especially in the arts. The avant-garde artist challenged traditional norms. The avant-garde film was a bit strange. Avarice. 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 A-V-A-R-I-C-E. Noun, extreme greed for wealth or material gain. The king's avarice led him to tax his people heavily. The avarice of the banker led him to make risky investments. Aver. 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 A-V-E-R. Verb, to state or assert to be the case. He averred that he was innocent. The witness averred that he saw the crime. Avocation. 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 A-V-O-C-A-T-I-O-N. Noun, a hobby or minor occupation. His avocation was collecting stamps. She was a doctor by profession, but her avocation was painting. Avuncular. 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 A-V-U-N-C-U-L-A-R. Adjective, relating to an uncle, kind and friendly toward a younger person. The avuncular professor was a favorite among the students. The old man had an avuncular way about him. Cabal. 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 C-A-B-A-L. Noun, a secret political clique or faction. The cabal of conspirators met in a secret location. The cabal of powerful businessmen controlled the industry. Cash. 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 C-A-C-H-E. Noun, a collection of items of the same type stored in a hidden or inaccessible place. The squirrel had a cache of nuts for the winter. The spy had a cache of weapons hidden in his house. Cacophony. 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 C-A-C-O-P-H-O-N-Y. Noun, a harsh, discordant mixture of sounds. The cacophony of the city at night was a bit overwhelming. The cacophony of the orchestra tuning up was a terrible sound. Cadaverous. 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 C-A-D-A-V-E-R-O-U-S. Adjective, of or like a corpse, very thin and pale. The cadaverous man looked like he hadn't eaten in weeks. The cadaverous old building was a bit spooky. Cadence. 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 C-A-D-E-N-C-E. Noun, a modulation or inflection of the voice, a rhythm. The cadence of his voice was soothing. The soldiers marched to the cadence of the drum. Cajole. 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 C-A-J-O-L-E. Verb, to persuade someone to do something by sustained coaxing or flattery. He cajoled her into going out with him. The salesman cajoled the customer into buying the product. Calamitous. 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 C-A-L-A-M-I-T-O-U-S. Adjective, involving calamity, disastrous. The calamitous earthquake left the city in ruins. The calamitous decision led to the company's downfall. Calibrate, calibrate, calibrate. C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-E. Verb, to mark, a gauge or instrument, with a standard scale of readings, to carefully assess, set, or adjust. The scientist calibrated the instrument to ensure accurate readings. The team calibrated the new equipment before the experiment. Callous, callous, callous. C-A-L-L-O-U-S. Adjective, showing or having an insensitive and cruel disregard for others. The callous remarks of the bully were hurtful. The callous dictator showed no mercy to his enemies. Calumny, calumny, calumny. C-A-L-U-M-N-Y. Noun, the making of false and defamatory statements about someone in order to damage their reputation, slander. He was a victim of calumny from his political rivals. The calumny spread by the newspapers ruined her career. Camaraderie, camaraderie, camaraderie. C-A-M-A-R-A-D-E-R-I-E. Noun, mutual trust and friendship among people who spend a lot of time together. The camaraderie among the soldiers was a source of strength. The team had a great sense of camaraderie. Candor, candor, candor. C-A-N-D-O-R. Noun, the quality of being open and honest in expression, frankness. He spoke with candor about his past mistakes. The candor of her reply was refreshing. Canine, canine, canine. C-A-N-I-N-E. Adjective, of, relating to, or resembling a dog or dogs. The police used a canine unit to search for the suspect. The canine teeth of the animal were very sharp. Canonical, canonical, canonical. C-A-N-O-N-I-C-A-L. Adjective, following a general rule or principle, a definitive work of literature. The canonical texts of the religion were considered sacred. The novel was a canonical work of English literature. Canter, canter, canter. C-A-N-T-E-R. Verb, of a horse, to move at a slow, easy gallop. The horse cantered across the field. He took a leisurely canter through the park. Caparison, caparison, caparison. C-A-P-A-R-I-S-O-N. Noun, an ornamental covering spread over a horse's saddle or harness. The knight's horse was adorned with a beautiful caparison. The caparison of the royal horse was a work of art. Capitulate, capitulate, capitulate. C-A-P-I-T-U-L-A-T-E. Verb, to cease to resist an opponent or an unwelcome demand, to surrender. The army was forced to capitulate to the enemy. The company capitulated to the demands of the Union. Capricious, capricious, capricious. C-A-P-R-I-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, given to sudden and unaccountable changes of mood or behavior. The capricious weather changed from sunny to rainy in a matter of carnage, carnage, carnage. C-A-R-N-A-G-E. Noun, the killing of a large number of people. The carnage of the battle was horrifying. The car accident was a scene of carnage. Carp, carp, carp. C-A-R-P. Verb, to complain or find fault continually about trivial matters. She was always carping about her job. He carped about every little thing. Castigate, castigate, castigate. C-A-S-T-I-G-A-T-E. Verb, to reprimand someone severely. The teacher castigated the student for cheating. The boss castigated the employee for his poor performance. Cataclysm, cataclysm, cataclysm. C-A-C-L-Y-S-M. Noun, a large-scale and violent event in the natural world, a sudden violent upheaval. The cataclysm of the earthquake left the city in ruins. The political cataclysm changed the country forever. Catalyst, catalyst, catalyst. C-A-T-A-L-Y-S-T. Noun, a substance that increases the rate of a chemical reaction without itself undergoing any permanent chemical change, a person or thing that precipitates an event. The new technology was a catalyst for the company's growth. His speech was a catalyst for change. Categorical, categorical, categorical. C-A-T-E-G-O-R-I-C-A-L. Adjective, unambiguously explicit and direct. He gave a categorical denial of the accusation. Her categorical answer left no room for doubt. Catharsis, catharsis, catharsis. Catharsis. Noun, the process of releasing, and thereby providing relief from, strong or repressed emotions. The play was a catharsis for the audience. Crying was a catharsis for her sadness. Celerity. 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 Noun, swiftness of movement. He responded to the email with great celerity. The celerity of the runner was impressive. Celibate. 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 Adjective, abstaining from marriage and sexual relations. The monks lived a celibate life. He was celibate by choice. Censure. 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 Noun, the expression of formal disapproval. The politician was censured for his inappropriate behavior. The government's actions were met with censure from the public. Cerebrate. 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 Verb, to use one's mind, to think or reason. The philosopher cerebrated on the meaning of life. The scientist cerebrated on the problem for days. Chagrin. 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 Noun, distress or embarrassment at having failed or been humiliated. To his chagrin, he realized he had forgotten her name. The loss of the game was a source of chagrin for the team. Chameleon. 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 Noun, a small reptile with the ability to change color. A person who changes their opinions or behavior according to the situation. The chameleon changed its color to blend in with its surroundings. The politician was a chameleon who changed his views to suit his audience. Charlatan. 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 Noun, a person falsely claiming to have a special knowledge or skill, a fraud. The charlatan claimed he could cure any illness. The charlatan was exposed as a fake. Cherry. 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 Chary. Adjective, cautiously or suspiciously reluctant to do something. He was chary about investing his money in the new company. The cherry cat was wary of strangers. Chastise. 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 Verb, to reprimand severely. The teacher chastised the student for his rude behavior. The mother chastised her son for lying. Chauvinism, chauvinism, chauvinism. Chauvinism. Noun, excessive or prejudiced loyalty or support for one's own kind, group, or gender. His chauvinism was a result of his upbringing. The chauvinism of the men in the company was a problem. Chicanery, chicanery, chicanery. Chicanery. Noun, the use of deception or subterfuge to achieve one's purpose. The politician was accused of chicanery in the election. The chicanery of the salesman was churlish, churlish, churlish. Churlish. Adjective, rude in a mean-spirited and surly way. His churlish behavior at the dinner party was a bit embarrassing. The churlish man was rude to everyone he met. Circumspect, circumspect, circumspect. Circumspect. Adjective, wary and unwilling to take risks. He was circumspect about his investments, always being careful. The circumspect politician chose his words carefully. Circumvent, circumvent, circumvent. Circumvent. Verb, to find a way around an obstacle. He tried to circumvent the rules to get what he wanted. The company circumvented the new regulations. Cistern, cistern, cistern. Cistern. Noun, a tank for storing water. The house had a cistern to collect rainwater. The cistern was full of fresh water. Citadel, citadel, citadel. Citadel. Noun, a fortress, typically on high ground, protecting or dominating a city. The citadel was a strong defense against the enemy. The citadel on the hill was a symbol of the city's power. Clairvoyant, clairvoyant, clairvoyant. Clairvoyant. Adjective, having or exhibiting the ability to perceive events in the future or beyond normal sensory contact. The clairvoyant psychic claimed she could see the future. The clairvoyant woman was a bit strange. Clandestine, clandestine, Clandestine. Clandestine. Adjective, kept secret or done secretively, especially because illicit. The clandestine meeting was held in a hidden location. The clandestine affair was a secret from everyone. Claustrophobia. 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 Noun, extreme or irrational fear of confined places. She had claustrophobia and couldn't ride in elevators. The small room triggered his claustrophobia. Cleave. 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 Verb, to split or sever something, or to stick fast to. He cleaved the wood with an axe. The two sides of the argument cleaved to their respective positions. Clemency. 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 Noun, mercy, lenience. The prisoner was granted clemency by the governor. The judge showed clemency to the young offender. Cliché. 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 Noun, a phrase or opinion that is overused and betrays a lack of original thought. The movie was full of tired clichés. The cliché of love conquers all was a bit boring. Cloister. 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 Noun, a covered walk, especially in a monastery, typically having a wall on one side and a colonnade open to a quadrangle on the other. The monks walked in the cloister, deep in thought. The cloister was a peaceful place. Coalesce. 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 Verb, to come together and form one mass or whole. The small streams coalesced into a single river. The different ideas coalesced into a single plan. Coax. 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 Verb, to persuade someone, gradually or by flattery to do something. He coaxed her into going on a date with him. The mother coaxed her child to eat his vegetables. Codicil. 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 Noun, an addition or supplement that explains, modifies, or revokes a will or part of one. The codicil to the will changed who would receive the inheritance. He added a codicil to his will. Coerce. coerce, coerce, coerce. Verb, to persuade an unwilling person to do something by using force or threats. He was coerced into signing the contract. The police coerced a confession out of the suspect. Cogent, cogent, cogent. C-O-G-E-N-T. Adjective, of an argument or case, clear, logical, and convincing. The lawyer made a cogent argument for his client. The cogent evidence proved his guilt. Cognizant, cognizant, cognizant. C-O-G-N-I-Z-A-N-T. Adjective, having knowledge or being aware of. He was cognizant of the risks involved. The police were cognizant of the situation. Colloquial, colloquial, colloquial. C-O-L-L-O-Q-U-I-A-L. Adjective, of language, used in ordinary or familiar conversation, not formal or literary. The colloquial language of the novel made it easy to read. He used a colloquial expression in his speech. Collude, collude, collude. C-O-L-L-U-D-E. Verb, to conspire or work together secretly, especially for an illegal or dishonest purpose. The two companies colluded to fix prices. The politicians colluded to hide the scandal. Combustion, combustion, combustion. C-O-M-B-U-S-T-I-O-N. Noun, the process of burning something. The combustion of the fuel created energy. The spontaneous combustion of the rags was a mystery. Commensurate, commensurate, commensurate. C-O-M-M-E-N-S-U-R-A-T-E. Adjective, corresponding in size or degree, in proportion. His salary was commensurate with his experience. The punishment was commensurate with the crime. Compendium, compendium, compendium. C-O-M-P-E-N-D-I-U-M. Noun, a collection of concise but detailed information about a particular subject, especially in a book or other publication. The book was a compendium of all the known facts about the topic. The compendium of laws was a useful reference. Complacent, complacent, complacent. C-O-M-P-L-A-C-E-N-T. Adjective, feeling smug or uncritical satisfaction with oneself or one's achievements. He was complacent about his success and didn't feel the need to work hard anymore. The complacent attitude of the team led to their defeat. Complacent, complacent, complacent. C-O-M-P-L-A-I-S-A-N-T. Adjective, willing to please others, obliging, agreeable. The complacent waiter was always ready to help. The complacent child did whatever his parents asked. Compunction, compunction, compunction. C-O-M-P-U-N-C-T-I-O-N. Noun, a feeling of guilt or moral scruple that prevents or follows the doing of something bad. He had no compunction about cheating on the test. The killer showed no compunction for his crimes. Concatenate, concatenate, concatenate. C-O-N-C-A-T-E-N-A-T-E. Verb, to link things together in a chain or series. The program concatenated the different parts of the code. The concatenated string of words was a bit confusing. Concomitant, concomitant, concomitant. C-O-N-C-O-M-I-T-A-N-T. Adjective, naturally accompanying or associated. The increase in crime was a concomitant of the economic downturn. The pleasure of the vacation was a concomitant of the beautiful weather. Concord, concord, concord. C-O-N-C-O-R-D. Noun, agreement or harmony between people or groups. The two countries lived in a state of concord. The concord among the members of the family was a beautiful thing. Concur, concur, concur. C-O-N-C-U-R. Verb, to be of the same opinion, to agree. The two experts concurred on the diagnosis. I concur with your assessment of the situation. Condone, condone, condone. C-O-N-D-O-N-E. Verb, to accept and allow, behavior that is considered morally wrong or offensive, to continue. The company would not condone such behavior. The parents condoned their child's bad habits. Conflate, conflate, conflate. C-O-N-F-L-A-T-E. Verb, to combine two or more texts, ideas, etc., into one. He conflated the two different ideas into a single theory. The movie conflated two different historical events. Confound, confound, confound. CONFOUND. Verb, to cause surprise or confusion in someone, especially by acting against their expectations, to mix up something with something else so that the individual elements become difficult to distinguish. The mysterious disappearance of the ship confounded the investigators. He confounded his two different ideas into one. Congenial, congenial, congenial. CONGENIAL. Adjective, pleasant or agreeable because suited to one's taste or inclination. The congenial atmosphere of the party was a joy to be a part of. The congenial group of friends had a lot in common. Conglomerate, conglomerate, conglomerate. CONGLOMERATE. Consecrate, consecrate, consecrate. CONSECRATE. Verb, to make or declare something, typically a church, sacred, to dedicate formally to a religious or divine purpose. The new church was consecrated by the bishop. He consecrated his life to the service of God. Consensus, consensus, consensus. CONSENSUS. Noun, a general agreement. The consensus among the scientists was that the theory was correct. The consensus of the group was to go to the movies. Construe, construe, construe. CONSTRUE. Verb, to interpret a word or action in a particular way. He construed her silence as a sign of agreement. The law was construed to mean that no one could park on the street. Contemplate, contemplate, contemplate. CONTEMPLATE. Verb, to look thoughtfully for a long time at, to think about something for a long time. He contemplated the beautiful painting. She contemplated the meaning of life. Contemptuous, contemptuous, contemptuous. CONTEMPTUOUS. Adjective, showing contempt, scornful. The contemptuous look on his face was a sign of his disdain. The contemptuous remarks of the critic were a bit harsh. Contentious, contentious, contentious. CONTENTIOUS. Adjective, causing or likely to cause an argument, controversial. The contentious issue of gun control was a hot topic. The contentious debate between the two politicians was a bit heated. Contiguous, contiguous, contiguous. C-O-N-T-I-G-U-O-U-S. Adjective, sharing a common border, touching. The two states are contiguous. The contiguous houses were built right next to each other. Contravene, contravene, contravene. C-O-N-T-R-A-V-E-N-E. Verb, to violate the prohibition or order of a law, treaty, or code of conduct. He was accused of contravening the rules of the game. The government's actions contravened the treaty. Contrite, contrite, contrite. C-O-N-T-R-I-T-E. Adjective, feeling or expressing remorse or penitence. He was contrite about his mistake and apologized. The contrite sinner asked for forgiveness. Contrived, contrived, contrived. C-O-N-T-R-I-V-E-D. Adjective, deliberately created rather than arising naturally or spontaneously. The contrived plot of the movie was a bit unrealistic. The contrived conversation felt a bit forced. Conundrum, conundrum, conundrum. C-O-N-U-N-D-R-U-M. Noun, a confusing and difficult problem or question. The conundrum of how to solve the problem was a difficult one. The philosophical conundrum was a source of debate. Convivial, convivial, convivial. C-O-N-V-I-V-I-A-L. Adjective, friendly, lively, and enjoyable. The convivial atmosphere of the party was a lot of fun. The convivial host made everyone feel welcome. Copious, copious, copious. C-O-P-I-O-U-S. Adjective, abundant in supply or quantity. The copious amounts of food at the feast were a delight. He took copious notes during the lecture. Coquette, coquette, coquette. C-O-Q-U-E-T-T-E. Noun, a woman who flirts lightheartedly with men to win their admiration and affection, a flirt. The coquette was known for her charming ways. The coquette was always surrounded by men. Cordial, cordial, cordial. C-O-R-D-I-A-L. Adjective, warm and friendly. He received a cordial welcome from his hosts. The cordial relationship between the two countries was a source of peace. Corpulent, corpulent, corpulent. C-O-R-P-U-L-E-N-T. Adjective, of a person, fat. The corpulent man struggled to fit in the chair. The corpulent monarch was a bit out of shape. Corroborate, corroborate, corroborate. C-O-R-R-O-B-O-R-A-T-E. Verb, to confirm or give support to a statement, theory, or finding. The witness's testimony corroborated the detective's theory. The evidence corroborated the suspect's story. Coruscate, coruscate, coruscate. C-O-R-U-S-C. Coup, coup, coup. C-O-U-P. Noun, a sudden, violent, and illegal seizure of power from a government. The military staged a coup and overthrew the government. The brilliant move was a coup for the company. Covet, covet, covet. C-O-V-E-T. Verb, to yearn to possess or have something. He coveted his neighbor's new car. She coveted the beautiful necklace. Crass, crass, crass. C-R-A-S-S. Adjective, lacking sensitivity, refinement, or intelligence. The crass jokes of the comedian were a bit offensive. The crass remark was a bit insensitive. Craven, craven, craven. C-R-A-V-E-N. Adjective, contemptibly lacking in courage, cowardly. The craven soldier deserted his post. The craven act of betrayal was a shock to everyone. Credence, credence, credence. C-R-E-D-E-N-C-E. Noun, belief in or acceptance of something as true. He gave no credence to the rumor. The scientist's theory was given a lot of credence by his colleagues. Credible, credible, credible. C-R-E-D-I-B-L-E. Adjective, able to be believed, convincing. The witness's testimony was credible. The news report was a credible source of information. Credulous, credulous, credulous. C-R-E-D-U-L-O-U-S. Adjective, having or showing too great a readiness to believe things. The credulous tourist fell for the scam. He was so credulous that he believed everything he was told. Crestfallen. 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 Adjective, sad and disappointed. The crestfallen child was upset about the loss of his toy. He was crestfallen after he failed the test. Cringe. 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 Verb, to bend one's head and body in fear or apprehension or in a servile manner. He cringed at the thought of a public speaking engagement. The shy child cringed behind his mother's skirt. Cryptic. 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 Adjective, having a meaning that is mysterious or obscure. The cryptic message was impossible to decipher. The cryptic note left the police with no clues. Cumbersome. 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 Adjective, large or heavy and therefore difficult to carry or use, unwieldy. The cumbersome package was difficult to carry. The cumbersome process of filling out the forms was a bit tedious. Cursory. 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 Adjective, hasty and therefore not thorough or detailed. He gave the report a cursory glance. The cursory inspection of the house missed all the major problems. Curtail. 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 Verb, to reduce an extent or quantity, to impose a restriction on. The new laws curtailed the rights of citizens. The company had to curtail its spending. Cynical. 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 Adjective, believing that people are motivated by self-interest, distrustful of human sincerity or integrity. The cynical old man believed that no one was truly good. The cynical view of the world was a bit depressing. Pabulum. 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 Noun, bland or insipid intellectual fare, a substance giving nourishment. The magazine article was intellectual pabulum, lacking any real substance. The doctor recommended a soft pabulum for the patient's recovery. Paean. 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 P-A-E-A-N. Noun, a song of praise or triumph. The choir sang a paean of victory after the war ended. The critics' review was a paean to the film's brilliant cinematography. Palatable, palatable, palatable. P-A-L-A-T-A-B-L-E. Adjective, pleasant to the taste, acceptable or satisfactory. The food was surprisingly palatable, considering the circumstances. The new policy was palatable to most of the employees. Palimpsest, palimpsest, palimpsest. P-A-L-I-M-P-S-E-S-T. Noun, a manuscript or piece of writing material on which the original writing has been effaced to make room for later writing but of which traces remain. The ancient scroll was a palimpsest, revealing layers of text beneath the surface. The city was a palimpsest of different architectural styles from various eras. Palliative, palliative, palliative. P-A-L-L-I-A-T-I-V-E. Adjective, relieving pain or alleviating a problem without dealing with the underlying cause. The medicine was a palliative, offering temporary relief from the symptoms. The government's new plan was seen as a palliative measure rather than a long-term solution. Palpable, palpable, palpable. P-A-L-P-A-B-L-E. Adjective, able to be touched or felt, so intense as to be almost tangible. The tension in the room was palpable. She felt a palpable sense of relief when the test results came back negative. Panacea, panacea, panacea. P-A-N-A-C-E-A. Noun, a solution or remedy for all difficulties or diseases. The new law was not a panacea for all of society's problems. Many people believe a good diet is a panacea for most health issues. Panache, panache, panache. P-A-N-A-C-H-E. Noun, flamboyant confidence of style or manner. The actor performed his role with great panache. He wore a simple suit, but with a panache that made him stand out. Pandemic, pandemic, pandemic. P-A-N-D-E-M-I-C. Noun, a disease prevalent over a whole country or the world. The pandemic spread rapidly, affecting millions of people. The government's response to the pandemic was widely criticized. Pandora, Pandora, Pandora. P-A-N-D-O-R-A. Noun, a reference to the myth of Pandora's box, which unleashed all the evils of the world. He opened a Pandora's box of problems with his careless actions. The investigation, once started, revealed a Pandora's box of corruption. Panegyric, panegyric, panegyric. P-A-N-E-G-Y-R-I-C. Noun, a public speech or published text in praise of someone or something. The eulogy was a moving panegyric to the deceased leader. The book's introduction was a panegyric to the author's mentor. Panorama, panorama, panorama. P-A-N-O-R-A-M-A. Noun, an unbroken view of the whole region surrounding an observer. The hotel room offered a stunning panorama of the city. The movie provided a panorama of American history. Panoply, panoply, panoply. P-A-N-O-P-L-Y. Noun, a complete or impressive collection of things. The panoply of musical instruments in the store was impressive. The panoply of weapons on display at the museum was a sight to behold. Parable, parable, parable. P-A-R-A-B-L-E. Noun, a simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson. The teacher told a parable about the importance of kindness. The parable of the prodigal son is a well-known story. Paradigm, paradigm, paradigm. P-A-R-A-D-I-G-M. Noun, a typical example or pattern of something. The new theory represents a paradigm shift in the field of physics. The company became the paradigm for success in the industry. Paradox, paradox, paradox. P-A-R-A-D-O-X. Noun, a seemingly absurd or self-contradictory statement or proposition that when investigated or explained may prove to be well-founded or true. The paradox of the situation was that the more he worked, the less he accomplished. It is a paradox that the wealthiest nations have the highest rates of obesity. Paragon, paragon, paragon. P-A-R-A-G-O-N. Noun, a person or thing regarded as a perfect example of a particular quality. Parochial, parochial, parochial. P-A-R-O-C-H-I-A-L. Adjective, having a limited or narrow outlook or scope. His parochial views on the matter were not well received. The small town had a very parochial perspective on the world. Paroxysm, paroxysm, paroxysm. P-A-R-O-X-Y-S-M. Noun, a sudden attack or violent expression of a particular emotion or activity. He had a paroxysm of laughter that made him gasp for air. The child's temper tantrum was a sudden paroxysm of rage. Parsimonious, parsimonious, parsimonious. Parsimonious. Adjective, unwilling to spend money or use resources, stingy. The parsimonious man refused to turn on the heat, even in winter. Her parsimonious spending habits allowed her to save a lot of money. Partisan, partisan, partisan. Partisan. Adjective, a strong supporter of a party, cause, or person. The partisan crowd cheered loudly for their team. The newspaper was known for its partisan reporting. Pastiche, pastiche, pastiche. Pastiche. Noun, an artistic work in a style that imitates that of another work, artist, or period. The new building was a pastiche of different architectural styles. The song was a pastiche of various pop hits from the 80s. Patent, patent, patent. Patent. Adjective, easily recognizable, obvious. The patent absurdity of the claim was clear to everyone. His patent disregard for the rules was unacceptable. Patrician, patrician, patrician. Patrician. Noun, an aristocrat or nobleman. The patrician family had a long history of wealth and power. She had a patrician air about her, as if she were born into royalty. Paucity, paucity, paucity. Paucity. Noun, the presence of something in only small or insufficient quantities or amounts. There was a paucity of evidence to support the claim. The desert's paucity of water made it difficult to survive. Peccadillo, peccadillo, peccadillo. Peccadillo. Noun, a small, relatively unimportant offense or sin. Lying about his age was a minor peccadillo. He was forgiven for his peccadillos, but not for his serious crimes. Pecuniary, pecuniary, pecuniary. Pecuniary. Adjective, relating to or consisting of money. He faced pecuniary difficulties after losing his job. The company offered him a pecuniary reward for his hard work. Pedagogue, pedagogue, pedagogue. Pedagogue. Noun, a teacher, especially a strict or pedantic one. The old pedagogue insisted on rote memorization. The new principal was a modern pedagogue who believed in interactive learning. Pedantic, pedantic, pedantic. Pedantic. Adjective, excessively concerned with minor details and rules or with displaying academic learning. His pedantic attention to grammar annoyed his friends. The professor's lecture was so pedantic that no one could follow it. Pedestrian, pedestrian, pedestrian. Pedestrian. Adjective, lacking inspiration or excitement, dull. The movie's plot was pedestrian and predictable. His writing style was so pedestrian that it failed to engage the reader. Peerless, peerless, peerless. Perless. Adjective, unequaled, unrivaled. The artist's skill was peerless, and his paintings were sought after by collectors. She was a peerless leader, respected by everyone in the company. Pejorative, pejorative, pejorative. Pejorative. Adjective, expressing contempt or disapproval. The term yuppie is often used in a pejorative sense. He used a pejorative tone when talking about his rival. Pellucid, pellucid, pellucid. Pellucid. Adjective, translucently clear. The pellucid water of the lake revealed the fish swimming below. His writing style was pellucid, making complex ideas easy to understand. Penchant, penchant, penchant. Penchant. Noun, a strong or habitual liking for something or tendency to do something. He had a penchant for collecting antique coins. She had a penchant for late-night snacking. Pensive, pensive. Peregrinate, peregrinate, peregrinate. Pregrinate. Verb, to travel or wander from place to place. The nomadic tribe peregrinated across the desert. He peregrinated through Europe for a year after college. Peremptory, peremptory, peremptory. Peremptory. Adjective, insisting on immediate attention or obedience. He gave a peremptory order to his subordinates. The judge's peremptory ruling ended the trial. Perennial, perennial, perennial. P-E-R-E-N-N-I-A-L. Adjective, lasting or existing for a long or apparently infinite time. The perennial problem of traffic congestion plagued the city. The beautiful perennial flowers bloomed every spring. Perfidious, perfidious, perfidious. P-E-R-F-I-D-I-O-U-S. Adjective, deceitful and untrustworthy. The perfidious spy betrayed his country. He was shocked by his friend's perfidious actions. Perfunctory, perfunctory, perfunctory. P-E-R-F-U-N-C-T-O-R-Y. Adjective, carried out with a minimum of effort or reflection. The greeting was perfunctory, lacking any warmth. He gave a perfunctory nod before walking away. Peripatetic, peripatetic, peripatetic. P-E-R-I-P-A-T-E-T-I-C. Adjective, traveling from place to place. The peripatetic musician played in different towns every night. She had a peripatetic career, working in several countries. Permeate, permeate, permeate. P-E-R-M-E-A-T-E. Verb, to spread throughout, something, to pervade. The aroma of garlic permeated the kitchen. The new ideas permeated every aspect of the organization. Pernicious, pernicious, pernicious. P-E-R-N-I-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, having a harmful effect, especially in a gradual or subtle way. The pernicious rumors spread throughout the office, damaging his reputation. The pernicious influence of social media on teenagers is a growing concern. Perpetrate, perpetrate, perpetrate. P-E-R-P-E-T-R-A-T-E. Verb, to carry out or commit a harmful, illegal, or immoral action. He was arrested for perpetrating a crime. The company was accused of perpetrating a massive fraud. Perquisite, perquisite, perquisite. P-E-R-Q-U-I-S-I-T-E. Noun, a benefit that comes with a job. A company car was a perquisite of his position as a manager. The perquisite of being a celebrity is getting free products. Perspicacious, perspicacious, Perspicacious. Perspicacious. Adjective, having a ready insight into and understanding of things. The perspicacious detective solved the case quickly. Her perspicacious analysis of the market led to a successful investment. Pertinacious. 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 Adjective, holding firmly to an opinion or a course of action. He was a pertinacious debater who refused to concede a point. Her pertinacious efforts finally paid off. Pertinent. 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 Adjective, relevant or applicable to a particular matter. The lawyer asked a series of pertinent questions. The information was not pertinent to the case. Perturb. 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 Verb, to make someone anxious or unsettled. The strange noise in the middle of the night perturbed her. He was perturbed by the sudden change in the schedule. Pervasive. 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 Adjective, spreading widely throughout an area or a group of people. The pervasive smell of smoke filled the air. The pervasive influence of social media is hard to ignore. Petulant. 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 Adjective, childishly sulky or bad-tempered. The petulant child refused to eat his vegetables. He gave a petulant shrug when he didn't get his way. Phantasmagoria. 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 Noun, a sequence of real or imaginary images like those seen in a dream. The fever gave him a phantasmagoria of strange visions. The light show was a phantasmagoria of colors. Picaresque. 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 Adjective, relating to an episodic style of fiction dealing with the adventures of a rough and dishonest but appealing hero. The novel followed the picaresque adventures of a charming rogue. The movie was a picaresque road trip across America. Picayune. 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 Adjective, of little value or importance. The manager was overly concerned with picayune details. Her objections were picayune and not worth discussing. Pinnacle, pinnacle, pinnacle. P-I-N-N-A-C-L-E. Noun, the most successful point, the culmination. He reached the pinnacle of his career when he won the championship. The mountain's pinnacle was shrouded in clouds. Piquant, piquant, piquant. P-I-Q-U-A-N-T. Adjective, having a pleasantly sharp taste or appetizing flavor. The sauce had a piquant, spicy flavor. Her piquant wit made her a popular dinner guest. Pith, pith, pith. P-I-T-H. Noun, the essence of something. He got to the pith of the matter in a single sentence. The book's pith was a powerful message about human resilience. Placate, placate, placate. P-L-A-C-A-T-E. Verb, to make someone less angry or hostile. He tried to placate the crying child with a toy. The company tried to placate the angry customers with a full refund. Placid, placid, placid. P-L-A-C-I-D. Adjective, not easily upset or excited. The placid lake was as smooth as glass. She had a placid nature and was rarely bothered by anything. Plaintive, plaintive, plaintive. P-L-A-I-N-T-I-V-E. Adjective, sounding sad and mournful. The plaintive cry of a lone wolf echoed through the forest. He sang a plaintive ballad about lost love. Platitude, platitude, platitude. P-L-A-T-I-T-U-D-E. Noun, a remark or statement, especially one with a moral content, that has been used too often to be interesting or thoughtful. His speech was full of empty platitudes about patriotism and hard work. The politician's platitudes offered no real solutions. Plebeian, plebeian, plebeian. P-L-E-B-E-I-A-N. Adjective, of or belonging to the common people. The plebeian tastes of the common man were not understood by the aristocracy. He had a plebeian upbringing and never forgot his roots. Plenary, plenary, plenary. P-L-E-N-A-R-Y. Adjective, attended by all members, complete in all respects. The plenary session of the conference was attended by all delegates. The committee was given plenary authority to make a decision. Fable, fable, fable. F-A-B-L-E. Noun, a short story, typically with animals as characters, conveying a moral. The fable of the tortoise and the hare teaches a lesson about perseverance. The wise old man told a fable to illustrate his point. Fabricate, fabricate, fabricate. F-A-B-R-I-C-A-T-E. Verb, to invent or concoct something, typically with deceitful intent. He fabricated a story about why he was late. The company fabricated a new product out of cheap materials. Facade, facade, facade. F-A-C-A-D-E. Noun, the face of a building, especially the principal front that looks onto a street or open space, an outward appearance that is maintained to conceal a less pleasant reality. The old theater had a beautiful facade, but the inside was in disrepair. He maintained a facade of confidence despite his nervousness. Facetious, facetious, facetious. F-A-C-E-T-I-O-U-S. Adjective, treating serious issues with deliberately inappropriate humor, flippant. His facetious comments during the serious meeting were unappreciated. The comedian's facetious remarks about the tragedy were controversial. Facile, facile, facile. F-A-C-I-L-E. Adjective, appearing neat and comprehensive only by ignoring the true complexities of an issue, superficial. The politician offered a facile solution to a complex problem. The facile answer revealed a lack of true understanding. Fallacy, fallacy, fallacy. F-A-L-L-A-C-Y. Noun, a mistaken belief, especially one based on unsound argument. The idea that money brings happiness is a common fallacy. His argument was full of logical fallacies. Fallible, fallible, fallible. F-A-L-L-I-B-L-E. Adjective, capable of making mistakes or being erroneous. As a human, he was fallible and prone to errors. Even the most expert scientists are fallible. Fallow, fallow, fallow. F-A-L-L-O-W. Adjective, of farmland, plowed and harrowed but left for a period without being sown in order to restore its fertility or to avoid a surplus of crops. The farmer left the field fallow for a season. Her creative mind was fallow, and she hadn't written anything in years. fastidious, fastidious, fastidious. Fastidious. Adjective, very attentive to and concerned about accuracy and detail. He was a fastidious dresser, always making sure his clothes were perfectly ironed. The fastidious editor corrected every single typo. Fathom, fathom, fathom. Fathom. Verb, to understand after much thought. He couldn't fathom why she would do such a thing. The scientist tried to fathom the mysteries of the universe. Fatuous, fatuous, fatuous. Fatuous. Adjective, silly and pointless. The fatuous conversation was a waste of time. His fatuous remarks revealed his lack of intelligence. Fecund, fecund, fecund. Fecund. Adjective, producing or capable of producing an abundance of offspring or new growth, fertile. The fecund soil of the valley produced a bountiful harvest. The author had a fecund imagination, creating new stories all the time. Feign, feign, feign. Feign. Verb, to pretend to be affected by a feeling, state, or injury. He feigned illness to get out of school. She feigned surprise when she opened the gift. Felicitous, felicitous, felicitous. Felicitous. Adjective, well chosen or suited to the circumstances. The felicitous phrase perfectly captured the moment. The timing of the announcement was a felicitous coincidence. Feral, feral, feral. Feral. Adjective, especially of an animal, in a wild state, especially after escape from captivity or domestication. The feral cat roamed the streets, wary of humans. He had a feral look in his eyes, as if he had been living in the wild. Fervent, fervent, fervent. Fervent. Adjective, having or displaying a passionate intensity. He was a fervent supporter of the cause, attending every rally. Her fervent prayers were answered. Fervor, fervor, fervor. Fervor. Noun, intense and passionate feeling. The crowd's fervor for their team was undeniable. The religious fervor of the congregation was palpable. Fetid, fetid, fetid. Adjective, smelling extremely fiasco. 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 Noun, a thing that is a complete failure, especially in a humiliating way. The party was a complete fiasco, with nothing going right. The business venture was a fiasco, losing all of the investors' money. Fickle. 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 Adjective, changing frequently, especially as regards one's loyalties, interests, or affection. The fickle weather changed from sunny to rainy in a matter of minutes. He was a fickle friend, always switching his alliances. Fidelity. 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 Noun, faithfulness to a person, cause, or belief, demonstrated by continuing loyalty and support. Her fidelity to her husband was unwavering. The book was praised for its fidelity to historical fact. Figment. 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 Noun, a thing that someone believes to be real but that exists only in their imagination. The monster he saw was a figment of his imagination. The whole story was a figment of her mind. Filial. 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 Adjective, of or due from a son or daughter. She had a filial duty to take care of her aging parents. He showed a filial respect for his father. Filigree. 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 Noun, ornamental work of fine, typically gold or silver, wire formed into delicate tracery. The jewelry was adorned with intricate filigree. The filigree on the old gate was beautiful. Finagle. 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 Verb, to obtain something by devious or dishonest means. He managed to finagle a ticket to the sold-out concert. She finagled a day off work. Finesse. 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 Noun, intricate and refined delicacy. The diplomat handled the delicate situation with great finesse. The artist's work showed a great deal of finesse. Finite. 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 Adjective, having limits or bounds. The earth's resources are finite. Life is a finite journey. Fisher, Fisher, Fisher. Fissure. Noun, a long, narrow opening or line of breakage made by cracking or splitting, especially in rock or earth. The earthquake created a deep fissure in the road. A fissure in the political party threatened to split it apart. Flaccid, flaccid, flaccid. Flaccid. Adjective, of part of the body, soft and hanging loosely or limply, especially so as to look or feel unpleasant. The flaccid muscles of the old man's arms were a sign of his age. The flaccid economy was a cause for concern. Flagrant, flagrant, flagrant. Flagrant. Adjective, of an action considered wrong or immoral, conspicuously or obviously offensive. The politician's flagrant disregard for the law was shocking. The team committed a flagrant foul. Flaunt, flaunt, flaunt. Flaunt. Verb, to display something ostentatiously, especially in order to provoke envy or admiration or to show defiance. She flaunted her new diamond ring to all her friends. He flaunted his wealth by buying an expensive sports car. Fledgling, fledgling, fledgling. Fledgling. Noun, a young bird that has just fledged, a person or organization that is immature, inexperienced, or underdeveloped. The fledgling bird was just learning to fly. The fledgling company was still struggling to find its footing. Flippant, flippant, flippant. Flippant. Adjective, not showing a serious or respectful attitude. His flippant remarks about the serious topic were inappropriate. The flippant student was disrespectful to the teacher. Florid, florid, florid. Florid. Adjective, having a red or flushed complexion, excessively intricate or elaborate. The florid prose of the novel was difficult to read. He had a florid face after a long day in the sun. Flout, flout, flout. Flout. Verb, to openly disregard a rule, law, or convention. He flouted the dress code by wearing jeans to the formal event. The company flouted environmental regulations. Flummox, flummox, flummox. Flummox. Verb, to perplex someone greatly, to bewilder. The complicated instructions flummoxed him. The unexpected question flummoxed. Forage, forage, forage. Forage. Verb, to search widely for food or provisions. The animals foraged for food in the forest. The homeless man foraged for scraps in the garbage can. Forbearance, forbearance, forbearance. Forbearance. Noun, patient self-control, restraint and tolerance. The teacher showed great forbearance with the unruly students. He asked for forbearance from his creditors while he sorted out his finances. Ford, Ford, Ford. Ford. Noun, a shallow place in a river or stream allowing one to walk or drive across. They had to cross the ford to get to the other side of the river. The small car was able to ford the shallow stream. Forebode, forebode, forebode. Forebode. Verb, to act as a warning of something bad. The dark clouds foreboded a coming storm. His dream foreboded a terrible tragedy. Forego, forego, forego. Forego. Verb, to go without something desirable. He had to forego dessert to stay on his diet. She decided to forego the party and stay home instead. Forensic, forensic, forensic. Forensic. Adjective, relating to or denoting the application of scientific methods and techniques to the investigation of crime. The forensic team analyzed the evidence from the crime scene. He was a forensic expert in ballistics. Forfeit, forfeit, forfeit. Forfeit. Verb, to lose or be deprived of property or a right or privilege, as a penalty for wrongdoing. He was forced to forfeit his car after failing to make the payments. The team had to forfeit the game after too many players were injured. Formidable, formidable, formidable. Formidable. Adjective, inspiring fear or respect through being impressively large, powerful, intense, or capable. The formidable opponent was a tough match. The formidable task of climbing the mountain was daunting. Fortitude, fortitude, fortitude. Fortitude. Noun, courage in pain or adversity. She showed incredible fortitude during her long illness. He endured the hardship with great fortitude. Fortuitous. 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 Adjective, happening by a lucky chance, fortunate. It was a fortuitous coincidence that they were both in the same city. The discovery of the lost document was a fortuitous event. Froward. 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 Adjective, difficult to deal with, contrary. The froward child refused to do what he was told. The froward man was a constant source of trouble. Frugal. 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 Adjective, sparing or economical with regard to money or food. He was a frugal man, always looking for ways to save money. Her frugal habits allowed her to retire early. Fulminate. 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 Verb, to express vehement protest. The speaker fulminated against the injustice of the new law. He fulminated against his boss for his unfair treatment. Fulsome. 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 Adjective, complimentary or flattering to an excessive degree. The fulsome praise of the book seemed insincere. He gave a fulsome apology for his behavior. Furor. 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 Noun, an outbreak of public anger or excitement. The new policy caused a political furor. The scandal created a media furor. Furrow. 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 Noun, a long, narrow trench made in the ground by a plow. The farmer plowed a series of furrows in the field. The wrinkles on his forehead were deep furrows. Furtive. 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 Adjective, attempting to avoid notice or attention, typically because of guilt or a belief that discovery would lead to trouble, secretive. The furtive glance he gave her was full of suspicion. He made a furtive attempt to hide the evidence. Fusillade. 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 Noun, a series of shots fired or missiles thrown all at the same time or in quick succession. The soldiers were met with a fusillade of bullets. The fusillade of questions from the reporters was relentless. Absolve, absolve. A-B-S-O-L-V-E. Verb, to set free from guilt, blame, or responsibility. The verdict served to absolve the defendant of all charges. She was able to absolve herself from any further duties. Acumen, acumen. A-C-U-M-E-N. Noun, the ability to make good judgments and quick decisions. His business acumen led the company to great success. She showed a remarkable political acumen in her handling of the crisis. Adumbrate, adumbrate. A-D-U-M-B-R-A-T-E. Verb, to report or represent in a vague, sketchy, or introductory way. The report adumbrated the findings of the investigation without going into detail. She began to adumbrate her plans for the future of the organization. Anodyne, anodyne. A-N-O-D-Y-N-E. Adjective, not likely to provoke offense or disagreement, bland. The politician's speech was an anodyne collection of vague promises. He gave an anodyne response that didn't reveal his true opinion. Arcane, arcane. A-R-C-A-N-E. Adjective, understood by few, mysterious or secret. The ritual was based on an arcane body of knowledge. He was an expert in the arcane language of medieval poetry. Asseverate, asseverate. A-S-S-E-V-E-R-A-T-E. Verb, to declare solemnly and emphatically. The witness continued to asseverate his innocence. He would asseverate his beliefs with great conviction in any discussion. Augur, augur. A-U-G-U-R. Verb, to portend a good or bad outcome, to be a sign of. The sudden storm did not augur well for the picnic. The success of the first film seemed to augur a profitable franchise. Cadre, cadre. C-A-D-R-E. Noun, a small group of people specially trained for a particular purpose or profession. The new government was built around a cadre of young, talented ministers. He was part of a small cadre of specialists in their field. Capacious, capacious. C-A-P-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, having a great capacity, roomy. The capacious auditorium was able to hold thousands of people. She moved all her belongings into her new, capacious home. Cavil, cavil. C-A-V-I-L. Verb, to make petty or unnecessary objections. He would cavil about every minor detail of the proposal. There's no point in trying to cavil over such small points. Coalesce, coalesce. C-O-A-L-E-S-C-E. Verb, to come together and form one mass or whole. The small streams will eventually coalesce into a mighty river. The different factions began to coalesce around a single leader. Codicil, codicil. C-O-D-I-C-I-L. Noun, an addition or supplement that explains, modifies, or revokes a will or part of one. He added a codicil to his will that left his dog to his sister. The final codicil changed the entire distribution of the estate. Comport, comport. C-O-M-P-O-R-T. Verb, to conduct oneself, behave. The students were asked to comport themselves with dignity and respect. He always tried to comport himself as a true professional. Conflate, conflate. C-O-N-F-L-A-T-E. Verb, to combine two or more texts, ideas, or concepts into one. The movie's plot was so confusing it seemed to conflate several different stories. He had a tendency to conflate the two separate issues into a single, complex problem. Contumacious, contumacious. C-O-N-T-U-M-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, stubbornly or willfully disobedient to authority. The contumacious student refused to follow the teacher's instructions. The judge found the defendant to be contumacious for ignoring the court's orders. Coruscate, coruscate. C-O-R-U-S-C-A-T-E. Verb, to flash or sparkle, to be brilliant or showy. The jewels on her necklace began to coruscate under the bright lights. The comedian's witty remarks coruscated throughout the show. Coterie, coterie. C-O-T-E-R-I-E. Noun, a small group of people with shared interests or tastes. The art club was a small coterie of painters who met weekly. He was part of an exclusive coterie of writers in the city. Dissemble, dissemble. D-I-S-S-E-M-B-L-E. Verb, to conceal one's true motives, feelings, or beliefs. She tried to dissemble her true intentions, but her actions betrayed her. He was an expert at dissembling, able to hide his emotions behind a calm facade. Dowdy, dowdy. D-O-U-G-H-T-Y. Adjective, brave and persistent. The doughty warrior led his troops into battle against overwhelming odds. She was a doughty advocate for human rights, never giving up the fight. Edify, edify. Edify. Noun, an act of going out of or leaving a place, an exit. The fire alarm sounded, and everyone was told to find the nearest egress. He was blocked from making a quick egress from the room. Etiolated, etiolated. E-T-I-O-L-A-T-E-D. Adjective, to have lost vigor or substance, to be bleached of color. The plant, kept in a dark room, became etiolated and weak. His writing style was etiolated, lacking any real energy or passion. Expatiate, expatiate. E-X-P-A-T-I-A-T-E. Verb, to speak or write at length or in detail. He would often expatiate on his favorite subject for hours. She was asked to expatiate on her ideas for the upcoming project. Fealty, fealty. F-E-A-L-T-Y. Noun, a feudal tenant's or vassal's sworn loyalty to a lord, faithfulness. The knights swore fealty to their new king. He demanded absolute fealty from everyone in his inner circle. Hegira, hegira. H-E-G-I-R-A. Noun, an exodus or migration, especially to escape a threatening situation. The sudden war forced a hegira of refugees from the city. The family's journey across the country was a personal hegira. Ignoble, ignoble. I-G-N-O-B-L-E. Adjective, not honorable in character or purpose, of humble origin. He was accused of an ignoble crime committed for personal gain. The knight refused to perform such an ignoble task. Importune, importune. I-M-P-O-R-T-U-N-E. Verb, to harass someone persistently for something or to do something. The children would constantly importune their parents for new toys. He was afraid the reporters would importune him for comments after the trial. Indefatigable, indefatigable. I-N-D-E-F-A-T-I-G-A-B-L-E. Adjective, of a person or their efforts, persisting tirelessly. She was an indefatigable advocate for social change, never resting. His indefatigable spirit was an inspiration to all his colleagues. Internecine, internecine. I-N-T-E-R-N-E-C-I-N-E. Adjective, mutually destructive, relating to conflict within a group or organization. The company was torn apart by internecine strife between its leaders. The Civil War was an internecine struggle that left no one unharmed. Macabre, macabre. M-A-C-A-B-R-E. Adjective, disturbing and horrifying because of involvement with or depiction of death and injury. The movie featured several macabre scenes in an abandoned house. He had a strange fascination with macabre stories and Gothic art. Meretricious, meretricious. M-E-R-E-T-R-I-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, apparently attractive but having no real value or integrity. The new product was a meretricious gimmick designed to fool consumers. He was known for his meretricious promises that he never kept. Miasma, miasma. M-I-A-S-M-A. Noun, an unpleasant or unhealthy smell or vapor, a heavy, unwholesome air. The swamp was filled with a thick, humid miasma. A miasma of suspicion and fear hung over the small town. Palatial, palatial. P-A-L-A-T-I-A-L. Adjective, resembling a palace and being spacious and splendid. The hotel room was palatial, with high ceilings and luxurious furnishings. They bought a palatial estate with acres of green lawns and gardens. Panoply, panoply. P-A-N-O-P-L-Y. Noun, a complete or impressive collection of things. The scientist had a panoply of high-tech instruments in his lab. The museum displayed a panoply of ancient weapons and armor. Paroxysm, paroxysm. P-A-R-O-X-Y-S-M. Noun, a sudden attack or outburst of a particular emotion or activity. He had a paroxysm of rage when he heard the bad news. A sudden paroxysm of coughing left him unable to speak. Plangent, plangent. P-L-A-N-G-E-N-T. Adjective, of a sound, loud and resonant with a melancholy tone. The mournful bells of the church had a plangent quality. He was struck by the plangent sound of the lone trumpet. Probity, probity. P-R-O-B-I-T-Y. Noun, the quality of having strong moral principles, honesty and decency. The judge was known for his unassailable probity and fairness. He was respected for his professional probity in all of his dealings. Pueril, pueril. P-U-E-R-I-L-E. Adjective, childishly silly and immature. His jokes were so puerile that nobody found them funny. She was tired of his puerile behavior at every meeting. Quotidian, quotidian. Q-U-O-T-I-D-I-A-N. Adjective, of or occurring every day, daily. He found joy in the simple, quotidian events of his life. She was tired of the quotidian routine of her office job. Remonstrate. Verb, to make a forcefully reproachful protest. He began to remonstrate with the umpire about the unfair call. The citizens gathered to remonstrate against the new law. Repine. Repine. Verb, to feel or express discontent, fret. She tried not to repine about her misfortunes. There's no use in you continuing to repine over what might have been. Spate. Spate. Noun, a large number of similar items or events appearing or occurring in quick succession. The company received a spate of complaints after the faulty product launch. There was a spate of good news during the holiday season. Stymie. Stymie. Verb, to prevent or hinder the progress of. The unexpected bad weather continued to stymie all rescue efforts. A lack of funding began to stymie the scientific research. Suborn. Suborn. Verb, to bribe or otherwise induce someone to commit an unlawful act such as perjury. The prosecutor accused the mob boss of trying to suborn a key witness. He was convicted for attempting to suborn his employees to lie for him. Syncretic. Syncretic. Adjective, characterized by a blending of different beliefs, cultures, or schools of thought. The new architectural style was a syncretic mix of ancient and modern designs. His philosophical views were a syncretic blend of Eastern and Western ideas. Walpurgisnacht. Walpurgisnacht. Noun, a German festival held on the night of April 30th. The German town prepared for its annual Walpurgisnacht celebrations. He read about the ancient rituals performed on Walpurgisnacht. Pietà. Pieta. Noun, a picture or sculpture of the Virgin Mary holding the dead body of Jesus Christ on her lap or in her arms. Michelangelo's Pietà is one of the most famous works of art in the world. The church altar was adorned with a beautiful wooden Pietà. Valid. V-A-L-I-D. Adjective, having a sound basis in logic or fact, acceptable, legitimate. The scientist's theory was supported by valid evidence and research. His passport was valid for another 2 years. Yare. Y-A-R-E. Adjective, of a ship, quick and responsive to control, easily handled. The captain ordered his crew to keep the ship yaer in the choppy seas. A yaer boat is essential for navigating narrow channels. Zaftig, zaftig. Z-A-F-T-I-G. Adjective, having a full, rounded figure, plump. The artist specialized in painting zaftig nudes, celebrating natural body shapes. She had a wonderfully zaftig build and a cheerful disposition. Ziggurat, ziggurat. Z-I-G-G-U-R-A-T. Noun, in ancient Mesopotamia, a rectangular stepped tower, sometimes surmounted by a temple. The archaeologists discovered the remains of a great ziggurat in the desert. The ancient city was dominated by the imposing silhouette of its central ziggurat. Zoolatry, zoolatry. Z-O-O-L-A-T-R-Y. Noun, the worship of animals. The ancient civilization's religion centered on zoolatry, with each god representing an animal. Some cults practice a form of zoolatry, believing animals have sacred qualities. Sagacious, sagacious, sagacious. S-A-G-A-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, having or showing keen mental discernment and good judgment. The sagacious old man gave wise advice. The sagacious leader made a difficult but necessary decision. Sallow, sallow, sallow. S-A-L-L-O-W. Adjective, of an unhealthy yellow or pale brown color. His sallow complexion was a sign of his illness. The old photograph showed a woman with a sallow face. Salubrious, salubrious, salubrious. S-A-L-U-B-R-I-O-U-S. Adjective, health-giving, healthy. The salubrious climate of the mountains was good for his health. He moved to a salubrious neighborhood with fresh air and clean water. Salutary, salutary, salutary. S-A-L-U-T-A-R-Y. Adjective, producing good effects, beneficial. The experience of losing his job was a salutary lesson in humility. The new law had a salutary effect on the environment. Sanctimonious, sanctimonious, sanctimonious. S-A-N-C-T-I-M-O-N-I-O-U-S. Adjective, making a show of being morally superior to other people. The sanctimonious politician lectured the public on morality while engaging in a scandal. His sanctimonious attitude made him unpopular with his colleagues. sanctuary, sanctuary, sanctuary. Sanctuary. Noun, a place of refuge or safety. The church provided sanctuary for the homeless. The nature preserve was a sanctuary for endangered animals. Sanguine, sanguine, sanguine. Sanguine. Adjective, optimistic or positive, especially in an apparently bad or difficult situation. He remained sanguine about the company's future despite the poor sales. She had a sanguine disposition and always looked on the bright side. Sardonic, sardonic, sardonic. Sardonic. Adjective, grimly mocking or cynical. The comedian's sardonic wit was a hit with the audience. He gave a sardonic laugh when he heard the news. Sartorial, sartorial, sartorial. Sartorial. Adjective, of or relating to tailoring, clothes, or style of dress. He had a keen sartorial sense and always dressed impeccably. The magazine offered sartorial tips for men. Sate, sate, sate. Sate. Verb, to satisfy a desire or an appetite to the full. The huge meal was enough to sate his hunger. Nothing could sate her curiosity about the mystery. Satiate, satiate, satiate. Satiate. Verb, to satisfy a desire or an appetite to the full. The buffet was designed to satiate the hungriest of guests. She was satiated with food and wine. Satire, satire, satire. Satire. Noun, the use of humor, irony, exaggeration, or ridicule to expose and criticize people's stupidity or vices. The play was a biting satire on the government's policies. The TV show used satire to make a point about society. Saturnine, saturnine, saturnine. Saturnine. Adjective, slow and gloomy. The saturnine man rarely smiled or spoke. The saturnine weather cast a pall over the day. Savant, savant, savant. Savant. Noun, a person of profound or extensive learning, a learned person. He was a savant in the field of ancient history. The savant had an encyclopedic knowledge of the subject. Scabrous, scabrous, scabrous. S-C-A-B-R-O-U-S. Adjective, rough or scaly, indecent or salacious. The old book had scabrous illustrations. The scabrous rumors about the politician were unfounded. Scurrilous, scurrilous, scurrilous. S-C-U-R-R-I-L-O-U-S. Adjective, making or spreading scandalous claims about someone with the intention of damaging their reputation. The politician was a victim of a scurrilous attack. The newspaper was sued for its scurrilous reporting. Secede, secede, secede. S-E-C-E-D-E. Verb, to withdraw formally from membership of a federal union, an alliance, or a political or religious body. The state threatened to secede from the country. The group decided to secede from the organization. Seclusion, seclusion, seclusion. S-E-C-L-U-S-I. Segregate, segregate, segregate. S-E-G-R-E-G-A-T-E. Verb, to set apart from the rest or from each other, isolate or divide. The school tried to segregate the gifted students from the others. The law made it illegal to segregate people based on race. Sempiternal, sempiternal, sempiternal. S-E-M-P-I-T-E-R-N-A-L. Adjective, eternal and unchanging, everlasting. The sempiternal love of God is a central theme in the religion. The philosopher contemplated the sempiternal nature of the universe. Sententious, sententious, sententious. S-E-N-T-E-N-T-I-O-U-S. Adjective, given to moralizing in a pompous or aphoristic manner. The sententious old man was always lecturing his grandchildren. His sententious remarks were full of clichés. Serendipity, serendipity, serendipity. S-E-R-E-N-D-I-P-I-T-Y. Noun, the occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. It was a moment of serendipity when she found the lost keys. The discovery was a serendipity that led to a major breakthrough. Serenity, serenity, serenity. S-E-R-E-N-I-T-Y. Noun, the state of being calm, peaceful, and untroubled. He found serenity in the quiet of the forest. The yoga class helped her find a sense of inner serenity. serval, 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 servile. Adjective, having or showing an excessive willingness to serve or please others. The servile waiter was constantly at his beck and call. The servile employee would do anything to get a promotion. Sibilant, sibilant, sibilant. S-I-B-I-L-A-N-T. Adjective, hissing. The sibilant sound of a snake's tongue was terrifying. The sibilant whispers of the wind rustled the leaves. Simper, simper, simper. S-I-M-P-E-R. Verb, to smile or gesture in a silly, affected, or ingratiating manner. She simpered coyly when he complimented her dress. The actress simpered for the cameras. Simpatico, simpatico, simpatico. S-I-M-P-A-T-I-C-O. Adjective, likable and easy to get along with, having a congenial disposition. The two colleagues had a simpatico relationship. The friendly atmosphere of the town made it simpatico. Sine qua non, sine qua non, sine qua non. S-I-N-E-Q-U-A-N-O-N. Noun, an essential condition, a thing that is absolutely necessary. A good education is the sine qua non for a successful career. Trust is the sine qua non of a healthy relationship. Sinuous, sinuous, sinuous. S-I-N-U-O-U-S. Adjective, having many curves and turns. The sinuous river snaked its way through the valley. The dancer moved with a sinuous grace. Skepticism, skepticism, skepticism. S-K-E-P-T-I-C-I-S-M. Noun, a skeptical attitude, doubt as to the truth of something. He regarded her claims with a great deal of skepticism. The scientist's skepticism led him to question the new theory. Sloth, sloth, sloth. S-L-O-T-H. Noun, reluctance to work or make an effort, laziness. He was a victim of his own sloth, never getting anything done. The sloth of the students was a constant source of frustration for the teacher. Slovenly, slovenly, slovenly. S-L-O-V-E-N-L-Y. Adjective, messy and dirty. His slovenly appearance made a bad first impression. The slovenly room was in need of a good cleaning. Smarmy, Smarmy. Smarmy. S-M-A-R-M-Y. Adjective, excessively or unctuously flattering. The smarmy salesman tried to sell them a car they didn't want. His smarmy charm didn't fool anyone. Sobriquet. 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 S-O-B-R-I-Q-U-E-T. Noun, a person's nickname. The Iron Lady was a sobriquet for Margaret Thatcher. He was given the sobriquet Speedy because of his quick running. Sojourn. 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 S-O-J-O-U-R-N. Noun, a temporary stay. He enjoyed his sojourn in Paris, visiting all the museums. Their sojourn in the countryside was a welcome break from the city. Solace. 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 S-O-L-A-C-E. Noun, comfort or consolation in a time of distress or sadness. She found solace in her friends after her dog. Sophistry. 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 S-O-P-H-I-S-T-R-Y. Noun, the use of clever but false arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. The lawyer used sophistry to mislead the jury. His arguments were based on sophistry, not on facts. Sophomoric. 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 S-O-P-H-O-M-O-R-I-C. Adjective, relating to or characteristic of a sophomore, juvenile and pretentious. His sophomoric jokes were not appreciated by the adults. The sophomoric humor in the film made it difficult to watch. Sordid. 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 S-O-R-D-I-D. Adjective, involving ignoble actions and motives, arousing moral distaste and contempt. The sordid details of the scandal were revealed in the newspaper. He lived in a sordid apartment with no heat or water. Spate. 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 S-P-A-T-E. Noun, a large number of similar things appearing in quick succession. The company received a spate of complaints after the new product was released. There was a spate of resignations after the scandal broke. Specious. 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 S-P-E-C-I-O-U-S. Adjective, superficially plausible, but actually wrong. The politician's specious arguments were designed to mislead the public. The advertisement made a specious claim about the product's benefits. Spectral. 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 Adjective, of or like a ghost. The spectral figure appeared and disappeared in a flash. He had a spectral feeling that he was being watched. Spurious. 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 Adjective, not being what it purports to be, false or fake. The company was accused of making spurious claims about its products. The document was a spurious forgery. Squalid. 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 Adjective, extremely dirty and unpleasant. The squalid conditions of the prison were inhumane. He grew up in a squalid, crime-ridden neighborhood. Squander. 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 Verb, to waste money or time in a reckless and foolish manner. He squandered his inheritance on fast cars and parties. She squandered her opportunity to get a good education. Stalwart. 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 Adjective, loyal, reliable, and hardworking. He was a stalwart supporter of the political party. The stalwart soldiers fought bravely until the end. Stanch. 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 Verb, to stop or restrict a flow of blood from a wound. The paramedic tried to stanch the bleeding with a bandage. The government took measures to stanch the flow of illegal drugs. Stentorian. 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 Adjective, of a person's voice, loud and powerful. The sergeant's stentorian voice boomed across the parade ground. The stentorian speaker held the attention of the entire audience. Stigma. 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 Noun, a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. The stigma of being a criminal followed him for the rest of his life. The company was trying to remove the stigma of being old-fashioned. Stint. 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 Noun, a person's fixed or allotted period of work. He had a long stint as a teacher before retiring. She had a brief stint as a waitress before getting her first acting job. Stoic. 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 S-T-O-I-C. Adjective, a person who can endure pain or hardship without showing their feelings or complaining. He was stoic in the face of his illness, never complaining. Her stoic demeanor made it difficult to tell if she was upset. Stolid. 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 S-T-O-L-I-D. Adjective, calm, dependable, and showing little emotion or animation. The stolid man sat in the corner, staring straight ahead. The stolid horse remained calm during the thunderstorm. Subjugate. 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 S-U-B-J-U-G-A-T-E. Verb, to bring under domination or control, especially by conquest. The conquerors subjugated the native people. He used his power to subjugate his employees. Subliminal. 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 S-U-B-L-I-M-I-N-A-L. Adjective, relating to things. Subterfuge. 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 S-U-B-T-E-R-F-U-G-E. Noun, deceit used in order to achieve one's goal. He used subterfuge to get the information he needed. The spy was a master of subterfuge and disguise. Succinct. 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 S-U-C-C-I-N-C-T. Adjective, briefly and clearly expressed. The report was succinct and to the point. His succinct explanation was easy to understand. Suffice. 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 S-U-F-F-I-C-E. Verb, to be enough or adequate. A simple meal will suffice for tonight. His one-word answer sufficed. Suffuse. 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 S-U-F-F-U-S-E. Verb, to gradually spread through or over. The sunset suffused the sky with shades of red and orange. A blush of embarrassment suffused her cheeks. Sullen. 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 S-U-L-L-E-N. Adjective, bad-tempered and sulky, gloomy. The sullen child refused to talk to anyone. The sullen weather made it a dreary day. Sumptuous. 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 S-U-M-P-T-U-O-U-S. Adjective, splendid and expensive looking. The hotel served a sumptuous feast for dinner. The sumptuous furnishings of the palace were breathtaking. Supercilious, supercilious, supercilious. Supercilious. Adjective, behaving or looking as though one thinks one is superior to others. The supercilious waiter treated the customers with disdain. He gave a supercilious smirk when he saw her. Superfluous, superfluous, superfluous. Superfluous. Adjective, unnecessary, especially through being more than enough. The extra decorations were superfluous. The superfluous details in the report made it confusing. Supernumerary, supernumerary, supernumerary. Supernumerary. Noun, an extra person or thing. The play had several supernumerary actors. The extra chairs in the room were supernumerary. Supplant, supplant, supplant. Supplant. Verb, to supersede and replace. The new technology will eventually supplant the old one. The younger worker was trying to supplant the veteran for his job. Supplicate, supplicate, supplicate. Supplicate. Verb, to ask or beg for something earnestly or humbly. He supplicated the king for mercy. The villagers supplicated the gods for rain. Supposititious, supposititious, supposititious. Supposititious. Adjective, substituted for the real thing, counterfeit. The painting was a supposititious fake. He made a supposititious claim about his identity. Surfeit, surfeit, surfeit. Surfeit. Noun, an excessive amount of something. The party had a surfeit of food and drink. The city had a surfeit of new apartment buildings. Surmise, surmise, surmise. Surmise. Verb, to suppose that something is true without having evidence to confirm it. He surmised that the letter was from his ex-girlfriend. She surmised that the company was going to fail. Surreptitious, surreptitious, surreptitious. Adjective, kept secret, especially because it would not be approved of. They had a surreptitious meeting in the back of the restaurant. He made a surreptitious attempt to look at her notes. Badinage. 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 B-A-D-I-N-A-G-E. Noun, humorous or witty conversation. The badinage between the two friends was a joy to listen to. The badinage of the comedians was sharp and witty. Baffle. 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 B-A-F-F-L-E. Verb, to totally bewilder or perplex. The difficult question baffled the students. The mysterious disappearance of the ship baffled the investigators. Baleful. 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 B-A-L-E-F-U-L. Adjective, threatening harm, menacing. The baleful stare of the villain was terrifying. The baleful omen of the black cat was a bad sign. Bomb. 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 B-A-L-M. Noun, a fragrant ointment or preparation used to heal or soothe the skin, something that has a soothing effect. The soothing balm helped to heal his sunburn. The kind words of his friend were a balm to his soul. Balustrade. 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 B-A-L-U-S-T-R-A-D-E. Noun, a railing supported by balusters, especially one forming an ornamental parapet to a balcony, bridge, or terrace. The balustrade of the old staircase was beautifully carved. The balustrade on the balcony was a bit wobbly. Banal. 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 B-A-N-A-L. Adjective, lacking in originality as to be obvious and boring. The banal conversation was a waste of time. The movie's plot was banal and uninspired. Bane. 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 B-A-N-E. Noun, a cause of great distress or annoyance. The bane of his existence was his difficult boss. The weeds were a bane to the gardener. Baroque. 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 B-A-R-O-Q-U-E. Adjective, relating to or denoting a style of European architecture, music, and art of the 17th and 18th centuries, highly ornate and extravagant. The Baroque palace was a work of art. The Baroque prose of the novel was difficult to read. Barrage. 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 B-A-R-R-A-G-E. Noun, a concentrated outpouring of artillery fire or missiles, A rapid-fire series of questions. The soldiers were met with a barrage of bullets. The politician was faced with a barrage of questions from reporters. Bastion, bastion, bastion. B-A-S-T-I-O-N. Noun, a projecting part of a fortification built at an angle to the line of a wall, an institution, place, or person strongly defending or upholding particular principles, attitudes, or activities. The old castle was a bastion against the enemy. The university was a bastion of liberal thought. Beatific, beatific, beatific. B-E-A-T-I-F-I-C